Okay, good morning everybody. Welcome to day 2 of our CM2 conference here at ZKM, and welcome to everybody who is watching online as well. We're happy that you can join us, and the reason why we're starting so punctually today. I'm Alistair Hudson. I'm the Artistic Scientific Director of ZKM, and this is day 2 of our CM2 conference. Yesterday, we looked a little bit with more focus at the kind of technological heritage and the kind of engineering side of the connection machine story. Although we did obviously go into more societal discussions later on, inevitably. But we'll pick up that thread today, where we kind of look more at the social, the cultural, the artistic context in which we can cite the connection machine and really look at its legacy as well as its own particular history. It's certainly, I would say, a machine that, whilst it didn't change the world completely overnight, it certainly opened a door that couldn't be closed. And if I can paraphrase Danny Hillis when he described arriving at MIT, it was like going from Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, going from the world of black and white into a world of color. And I think that's the door that the CM2 unlocked, and I think we will see quite a lot of that color today. So we have a program that takes us all the way through till 7 p.m. Tonight, around 7 p.m. And there will be plenty of breaks for people to talk and discuss and have some lunch. But also then after, at around 7:15, we can go through to the to our large screen installation in Lichthalle 8, where we can see an installation there by Sasha Stiles, who is working not only with our collection data, but also it's based on collection data from MoMA. So we're delighted to pick up that thread as well with colleagues from MoMA joining us today. From a practical point of view, there is a live translation from English to German. So have we got the QR code for those that require it? There we are. There's a QR code for the live translation that will take you through onto the application. And apart from that, I think we shall progress with the day. And so I shall invite our panelists up to the stage. I'll introduce you. So I shall introduce you to Margit Rosen, who is our head of Wissen, which is our department for collections, archives, and libraries. Thank you, Margit.
So, hello. I have the pleasure to be the moderator for this morning. And Alistair already gave a summary of what we've seen yesterday. So, today the focus goes away from the origins towards the significance in the field of design and art. And the CM2 made perceptible an architecture that would have otherwise remained effectively invisible. And perhaps that is precisely where one of its lasting effect resides, not only in the problems it made tractable, but in the fact that it gave form to an idea of computing as a distributed, parallel, almost living process. So this session asks what that means for design, history, for collection policy, for artistic practice, and not least for the present. Contemporary AI systems no longer have a form. They operate in data centers that no one sees, on hardware that remains unknown to most. In this context, connection machine is not a relic, but an argument. So our first presentation brings together two of the people most directly responsible for the connection machine's distinctive visual form, Tamiko Thiel, who many now of you will know very well by now. She was the lead product designer at Thinking Machines Corporation from 1983 to 85, and the originating force behind the machine's design language. Joining her is Gordon Bruce, an industrial designer and consultant whose career spans more than 40 years of international practice. In 1984, Bruce joined Thinking Machines alongside fellow designer Alan Hawthorne, and working closely with Thiel and Danny Helles, he refined and developed also the cube of cubes direction into the form we know today, and also experimented with a lot of other forms. So his subsequent career has taken him from IBM to General Electric to Samsung, Lenovo and Huawei, and teaching and with advising roles spanning the United States and Asia. And together they will talk about what it actually took, conceptually, technically, and collaboratively, to make a supercomputer speak for itself.
So hopefully this works. Do you want to take a seat? It might be more.
Yeah, absolutely. I can do sign language.
Oh,
no,
really? Okay. So hopefully this works. We'll see. Back next. It should be simple. You know, this is really the first time that Gordon and I will actually speak in public about the design of the machine together. So thank you very much for that opportunity. So. It's a little bit inconvenient. Can I stand off to the side here? Does this work? So I can actually see the screen. So I started out as a Stanford product design engineer and worked for a couple of years at Hewlett-Packard doing plastic parts design for computer terminals. And during that time, I actually got a couple of products onto market as the junior member of the design team. I then went to MIT to do graduate studies in mechanical engineering, and during that time, however, took fully half of my classes at what became the Media Lab after I graduated several years later. During that time at MIT, my primary social circle was actually in the AI lab. Danny Hillis, Margaret Minsky, who's the daughter of Marvin Minsky, and their whole circle. So I was planning on going to art school after graduating, but 3 days after the graduation ceremony, Danny approached me and said, I've started a company, Thinking Machines, to actually build my thesis project. We don't know if it's physically possible to build this. Can you, with your experience in product design, come on board the team? And with that characteristic Danny Hillis twinkle in his eye, he said, and if you do, you get to work with Richard Feynman. That, for me, sealed it. I joined the company immediately. So we spent the first year in this kind of haunted house, the Robert Treat Paine mansion outside of Waltham. But I want to get direct to the design brief, which was over 64,000 processors spread out over 4,000 chips. And a very important design criteria was it could only be maximum 1 Tomiko high. It had to be smaller, my size or smaller, so that Danny said it would feel like a member of the family and not some sort of AI overlord come to dominate us. So what made this machine completely different from previous attempts at massively parallel processing was this 12-dimensional Boolean hypercube network, which connected the 4,000 plus chips together in a message routing system. This is apparently designed and patented by Danny and Brewster while they were still students. Is that right? Brewster's already forgotten. So when I asked Danny, what is a 12-dimensional Boolean hypercube? He said, oh, go ask Richard Feynman. He's trying to optimize it. So I asked Richard, and he immediately answered in character, oh, that's easy. Grabbed a piece of paper and a pencil. We were actually using a lot of paper and pencil those days. Drew 2 chips, connected with them with a line, and said, that's a 1-dimensional hypercube. You duplicate that, connect the edges, that's a 2-dimensional hypercube. Duplicate that, connect the edges. Here we have a 3-dimensional hypercube, and each corner is a chip in the machine. Then he took the three-dimensional hypercube, put it inside another three-dimensional hypercube, connected the edges, and said, that's a four-dimensional hypercube. And then he said, after that, it's too difficult to draw. I was going like, oh yeah, and I have to go up to 12 dimensions and figure this out, and I have to be able to say where each connection goes. So I was playing around with the topology and thought, you know, as long as I keep the connections the same, I can take the inside box, put it next to the other one, and by golly, it looks like a hyperline. And if I go up to 5 dimensions, it looks like a hypersquare. And a 6-dimensional cube is actually a cube of cubes, a hypercube where the corners are not chips, but cubes of chips. And then I will leave the intermediate steps up to the reader as an exercise, but it became apparent to me that these structures repeated every 3 dimensions, and then it became obvious what a 12-dimensional hypercube actually looked like. The reality, of course, was a little bit more messy. But I was able to then talk to the electrical engineers, and they said, we want to put 64 of these processor chips on one board. And I said, okay. We take the 6-dimensional hypercube and put it on the 64 chip processor boards. These are the traces connecting them. You've got a board then 2 feet by 2 feet. And it's got all of these off-board connections. And here's, from the left, you've got the top view of the off-board connections, the side view, and the whole machine together is about 10 feet. And they said, oh, that's too big. We can't ship that. So they went back to the drawing board, their drawing boards, and we were able to reduce the number of power lines. And people will recognize the CM1 board here. Reduced the number of chips per board to 32. So at that point, I realized this could actually fit into any sort of standard 19-inch rack, and there was no compelling reason to have a specific physical form determined by the machine. But we had a credibility problem. Danny and I were around 25. Brewster and Carl were younger, 20 or so. We wanted to bring someone with their checkbook into the machine room and say, you have never seen a machine like this before in your life. This is a revolutionary new architecture. And this is, of course, a design that the big boys of supercomputing said was not possible. So if we brought them in and the customer said, oh, I just bought a refrigerator and it looks remarkably like your new supercomputer, we would have lost. So back to the machine. I'm like a 4th-generation Bauhaus disciple. My father brought me up, form follows function, ornament is a crime. But you know, when you're designing computers, every single computer, even a supercomputer, looks the same inside. It's got boards, it's got cables, it's got traces. I thought I had to break with this form follows function and go beyond that. But I found out later that forms follows function is not a functionalist dictate, but actually from the architect Louis Sullivan, who is known for his beautiful ornamentation of his skyscrapers. And I read then later that he thought that function included not just the utilitarian aspects, but also the ornamentation which expressed the aspirations, values, ideals, spiritual and emotional needs of the users. So it turns out that rather than breaking with that edict, I actually went back to the original concept. So the other aspect of what we wanted to express was, what does AI mean to us? And in the Judeo-Christian tradition, really only God can create life. If you're a very wise rabbi, you can create a golem, but he might run amok. And in Christian tradition, it's just plain clear. If you try and create life, it will run amok, and that's our Frankenstein monster. And at that point, and Gordon will have more to say about this, the image of an AI was dominated by HAL, the internal electronic brain of the spaceship in 2001, A Space Odyssey. And HAL goes berserk, kills all of the humans because he thinks they'll interfere with his mission, and the surviving astronaut has to lobotomize him. So in the Japanese tradition that I also share as part of my ancestry, robots are actually seen as friends and helpers. And manufactured objects like a beautifully formed sword also have some sort of animating spirit. And this was much more in the lines of the ideology, if you will, of the AI lab at that time. And I think it was really beautifully encompassed by this science fiction story, Golem 14, from Stanislav Lem, where he talks about how at MIT and at other research centers around the world, people were developing these intelligent supercomputers, AI supercomputers, but it turns out when they became sentient, they said to their human makers, "We are not interested in your petty concerns about waging war with each other. It is much more interesting for us to ignore you and go off and talk with ourselves about the metaphysical questions of existence." I think we had a request for that discussion from the audience yesterday. And the other image that was floating around in my mind were the sculptures of Arnaldo Pomodoro, whose smooth surfaces with these crevices etched into them, chiseled into them, really made me think of starships that could carry vast civilizations and cultures. So that's at the point when we got Gordon Bruce and his design partner, Alan Hawthorne, involved. And, we had been talking about the machine as the cube of cubes for so long that I actually requested that we all go off on separate ideation escapades where we look at potentially different forms of the machine to make sure that we weren't boxing us into a corner. So at some point in this process, though, I thought, okay, just sketch the cube of cubes, get it away with, and then you can move on. And when I sketched that, I sort of stopped and said, well, that's it, isn't it? And when Gordon and Al came back, we all agreed, yes, that's it. Okay. So it turns out that at some point I also realized that the perfect explanation of the most important part of the machine was already expressed in the CM1 t-shirt that Danny and I had designed the year before. So Danny said, okay, we've got this cube of cubes, which is the hardwired network in the machine. But within that hardwired structure, we've got these like soft processors with their data connections that they can form independently of the hardwired network. They don't have to think about that. And so this t-shirt became famous when Steve Jobs used it as one of the images in the Think Different poster. There's a lot of video footage of Feynman wearing the t-shirt while giving talks, and it's definitely my most sold artwork. So another aspect was I had asked Carl Feynman how he visualized the machine, and he said, I always think of it as this vast cloud of red lights. LEDs were only red at that point, by the way, that are blinking as they communicate with each other. And that's a visualization that happened actually years after I left, but gives you an idea of how many 64,000 processors looked like as a cloud. So that's really how, to jump ahead of everything, that's really how we built the machine. So this cube of cubes, and within the machine, we took the status lights that are normally next to each processor chip, moved them to the outside edge, made the doors translucent, and then you could see within this hard matte black form, you could see this cloud of energy and life, as if the machine was thinking, as if this electronic brain was alive and thinking. And that's why we, in the exhibit outside, have on the sort of the rear side of the machine, one of the doors is open so you can actually see the boards inside and understand that blank in the middle is because there are no processor boards there. So one quick addenda, and then I'm passing it on to Gordon. Years later, I found out from my friend Joanna Hoffman that Steve Jobs, when he saw the connection machine in 1986, was about to start building his next machine. And when he saw the connection machine, he said to Joanna, who was his right hand, both on the first Macintosh and then also on the next machine, bring me the designer of the connection machine. I want them to design the next one. Unfortunately, Joanna apparently didn't have Gordon's address. She certainly didn't have mine because I had absconded to Germany, and Germany at that time, normal human beings did not have email. So I had fallen off the face of the earth for my entire American circle of friends. But if you look at the machines that he had done before, the Mac, the first Apples, they're these beige, kind of cuddly boxes. I mean, design was always important to him, but I think if you look at his products before and after the next machine, it's really clear that his design aesthetic changed dramatically. And Joanna confirmed this. Paul Galloway hopefully will give us some insight into the internal discussions in MoMA, but I think Paola Antonelli talked with Joanna Hoffman, and she confirmed my story, which is obviously very important to me, and said, yes, indeed, it really did change his design aesthetic to one that I like to call the technological sublime, the feeling that with this object, with this product, with this machine, you can achieve things that you cannot achieve as a mere human. And take it away, Gordon.
So, okay? I'd like to say thank you to everybody who's made this possible. I've been to a lot of conferences. I think you all deserve a hand. And I feel somewhat humble, all these brilliant people. I feel a little bit small here, but. So anyway, what's that? Well, I don't know about that. So, what's my connection to the connection machine? I'm going to be talking really about a lot of the behind scenes where we worked as a team with Tomiko and Danny, Alan Hawthorne too. I'm an industrial designer. I've designed a lot of things. Everybody remember what a typewriter is? So this was the team, and I was incredibly lucky to be part of the team with Tomiko. And this is Alan Hawthorne, who couldn't be here. He was he's a master designer. And then this was years later when I got Danny to come to the Aspen Design Conference. And my earliest memory of computer design began with Elliott Noyes. Before I worked there, I was a student in high school, and I came by the office my dad took me to the office. And of course, Elliott was a brilliant person. He was the consulting design director for IBM Mobile, Westinghouse, Pan Am, many other companies. So when I went to visit there, it was about the time when Arthur Clarke and Stanley Kubrick they were trying to put together the best science fiction movie of all time. And the first person they went to see was Tom Watson Jr., the CEO of IBM. And they said, what's a computer look like 35 years, or what is it 35 years from now? And of course, Watson said, go see Elliott Noyes. And Alan was the one who really started the initial sketches. And you can see it's called the IBM movie. So there was this tie with IBM at the time. And this was different types of approaches to how computers would be used in space. Nobody knew. And it was actually called Athena in the beginning. And because of Pan Am and other linkages to IBM, the office got to be involved in sort of the space shuttle and the moon lander in the beginning. And there's a reason it was cut off. In fact, the Noyes office got credit for being one of the contributors to the design of the movie. But when IBM found out it killed a computer. I mean, computer killed a person or people. They wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. And there's some folklore around how the word HAL came about. And the 3 preceding letters of IBM was HAL. And then everybody says, well, there's other approaches it could mean, you know, from this phrase about what type of computer it was. But when it was changed to HAL, but you can still see IBM in the picture, in the movie. So, and see his face? It's reflected right on his face. And Al Hawthorne actually made parts of the spacesuit, like the little arm controller and whatnot. So, after that, a funny thing happened also, was that NASA and North American Rockwell came to the Noyes office, and they wanted the office to design the first space station, Skylab. So they said, Elliot asked, why did you come here? And they said, well, you did the movie 2001. He said, it's a movie, it's not real, you know. But nonetheless, the office got the job, and this is when I first got involved as an intern. And we built a full-size habitability study, and it was four layers of a Saturn rocket for 13 people. But there were no books on how do you live in space? How do you shower? One idea was a donut, a sponge donut, and you would stand in the middle and it would go up and down. And, because what do you do with the water, you know? But all the things like going to the bathroom, you know, you had to solve for this, but nobody knew. So it was a very interesting project. And what was interesting to me is that science fiction actually becomes real at some point. And this was the Skylab. It was a Saturn rocket that would spin around that black part, and that would create the artificial gravity. The problem was that you get other effects like the Coriolis effect that would push another force on you. So you had to fall into bed or fall into the ladder, not fall away. So the whole space planning, the architectural interior had to be, you had to take in consideration what are the effects of space. So when the connection to me was a bit of science fiction. I said, you know, here's another thing, you know, where it's so far out, but it could become real. So we were asked, we were recommended by Frank Stanton, who was a big backer, and Niels Diffrient, another very famous American industrial designer. So we went up and met them at the first, what was the name of the place, the first building? Yeah, we went there. And so we met with Tomiko and Danny, and Tomiko was very kind and tried to educate us about what we were getting into with this hypercube. And we found it really interesting. But then we had to sort of educate ourselves of how these panels would go together, so we started making little drawings and whatnot. But then also Tomiko and Danny said, you know, don't limit yourself. You know, it says here, impractical concepts anyway. So then we started playing, and there was a lot of back and forth, which it was a really good relationship, because sometimes people in a company can do something that we can't, and sometimes people outside a company can do things that they can't. So we made a really, really good team. So we started exploring different ways of putting these panels together, and then we made some quick models showing various things where, you know, there's slabs lying on the side and whatnot. But ultimately, we came back to the fact that this was really an inspiration for us, that the cube, the hypercube, was really the right thing. And we saw this Rosenthal Alamo, which is in New York City, and Alan felt that this was really, it confirmed to us that this would be a perfect form for a supercomputer. So then Tomiko gave us a lot more information, and we tried to identify what were the things that were important, like cooling, again, functionality. And I made a little model to educate ourselves of how would you open this to get to all the cables and whatnot. And I guess this was just for our own self-edification. Then we started doing a lot of sketches, just as Tomiko was doing, and we all went off in separate ways. And but ultimately, you know, we came back to this again and again and again. And again, we tried to think of different ways of approaching this. And also, we wanted to consider the fact you don't put a cup of coffee on top of it. So how do you keep people from, you know, from doing that? Then we made a full-scale model about of one quadrant Yeah, there's me in the shop. And we took that up to the Carter Inc. building and left the model with them so that they could also sort of play with it and become a useful tool for them as well. And then we came back, and then they had taken parts of it and put some equipment in, and so the model became a real prototype for working with. And then there was another issue. We were, again, questioning whether the black was the right thing, the translucent black. And we found a stainless steel that's used in breweries for beer. And it's a filter, that's a sieve that takes out all the hops. And you could actually see through it. So it's a piece of stainless steel. When you hold it up to light, you can see through it. But it will also be a terrific, metal cage for the computer, for the radio emissions and whatnot. But we figured, no, it's really, the black is much more appealing. And again, we started talking to Tomiko about ways of doing the details. And then Al came up with this idea of a knuckle, interlaced knuckles, a connection. So now we are trying to connect the models, or the various quadrants together. And then with Tomiko, we started doing the refinement of some of the details. Then we built a full-size model, took it up to Boston. And then we also started to provide some thoughts about how you would actually start to manufacture this. And ultimately, it came true, and Danny got some pretty good press at the time. And one of the best things was it got into MoMA. And it's actually been used, it's been used. It's been used in a couple of exhibits. But the best thing I want to say is thank you, Tomiko. And thanks to Danny for allowing us to be part of your incredible journey. And yes, it's an incredible thing here, but what's most important to me is the people. People will change your lives. Technology changes, whatnot, but that's one thing I've carried forward, and I really appreciate everything that Tomiko and Danny did for us. So thank you very much. Go.
Hi. You could also stay on the stage, but you could also get down.
Oh.
So what, stay or?
I don't know.
Let's get down with it.
So,
Thank you so much.
we will have time for questions during the panel. So please now welcome Natalie Decane, curator of digital design at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. And their work sits at the intersection of digital culture, design, and ethics, with a particular focus on the institutional challenges of collecting and preserving both digital and hybrid objects. And at ZKM, we know what that means. Natalie, they have led major research projects in this field. She created the UK pavilion at the 2019 Billion Triennial. And her work contributes widely to debates on access and digital culture within and beyond the museum. And in their talk is this thing on imagination, computation, speculation with the CM2. They will examine the CM2 as a cultural object and trace its design legacy into the present. Welcome, Natalie. Does this work for you?
Yes, it does, yeah. Do you want your chair? No, it should be fine. Joys of technology. Hello. First of all, I feel extremely intimidated being here. There's such like a wealth of knowledge and history, which is really fantastic. And thank you very much again, Tomiko, for the invitation. It's really wonderful. So I'm here to speak about the sort of tentacular influence of the connection machine, both in terms of its kind of influence on digital industrial design. I've only got 15 minutes, so there's no way that I can possibly fit in everything, which is amazing. And I'm very much in debt to the wonderful archival knowledge of Tamiko, who is just such a wonderful kind of collector of all of this information. It's like genuinely difficult to find anything else. But I wanted to also speak about the sort of socio-technical imaginaries in the sense of like Jesnoff and Kim, in the ways that the visions of the future include and sort of construct what we think about science and technology and give wider visions of social futures, and how we kind of co-produce them through objects, and how the kind of connection machine itself is a kind of tool to think through and think with in terms of artificial intelligence. So it's kind of the connection machine itself. Oh, I'm not presenting at all, which is great. Apologies. Thank you very much for... There we go. I'm going to turn my subtitles off, excuse me. So I use subtitles in my talk as an assistive object. So, start again. So, starting on the design of the connection machine, in a kind of reflective interview with Brewster and Tamiko, it was really interesting to see how the introduction of the ideas of smartness and intelligence was sort of talked about in terms of the kind of where the position of the connection machine was talked about as being different to something like a refrigerator, which is really important in the context of where the design sat in terms of how we understood design of computation at the time, because sort of previously beforehand, computers had gone through this process of sort of aesthetic neutralization, which we talked about before in terms of things like the Apple II. Everything had gone through this sort of beige process. Tamiko, in this wonderful interview, has said that the kind of bloodless beige boxes had arrived. Steve Jobs had kind of wandered into a Macy's and decided that the Cuisinart and kitchen design was where we wanted the kind of future of computation to go. We wanted to kind of move out of the realm of speculation and science fiction into something that was much more sort of tangible and knowable, but in the process kind of closed it down into something which we kind of removed the realm of speculation and possibility, I think, particularly in something where kind of computation had remained very much in the lab. It's kind of the equivalent of stepping out of a spacesuit and into a suit and tie in many senses. And so we also sort of transformed the language in which we understood computation from being around science fiction into magic. And so there was a really interesting conversation that happened around this time, and a lot of the work that I've done with things like haunted machines is where we sort of belay our idea of agency and what we understood computers to do, often taught in the sense of magic. So we, rather than kind of thinking about computers in terms of something that we could kind of tinker with or play with or mess with, they sort of became things which did stuff for us without us really knowing or having any sense of intervention. But what was really interesting, I think, around this time is that we started to have this very sort of weird constructed narrative around what computers were supposed to do in our life. And what I think was kind of very interesting, I think, in terms of how we really understood excuse me, sorry. It's kind of this sort of relationship that started building around what we as people who wanted to project this future around computers, and what the sort of more commercial aspect of it was really that it was kind of the connection machine itself was a return to imagination in lots of ways. And that the ways in which I think the team originally sort of had understood the kind of design of it to be, I think they described it as being Darth Vader black in its original kind of design itself, because we would have designed computers to be something which was something a little bit different. And it had been replaced by this idea of sort of design conservatism in many ways, because we wanted it to be something that could kind of sell and be more business oriented. But it's no surprise in the end that kind of Jobs, on his sort of rebellious departure from Apple, seemed to kind of respond to its aesthetic impact. As Tamiko had said, they wanted an artist, but it ended up being something which was much more kind of conservative in terms of bringing Harmer Esslinger, who was someone who I think felt potentially, who himself, although was a very kind of accomplished industrial designer, was perhaps almost unsure with the future that the aesthetics, something like the connection machine, offered it was this kind of black box which didn't have the computing and the supercomputing power that something like the connection machine offered, but it provided a commercial future. It was wrangling and reckoning with the idea of the internet, which is what Tim Berners-Lee had used to, and we know this from kind of looking at the history of the internet, that the next kind of computer was something that Tim Berners-Lee created the World Wide Web on, but it didn't kind of create the same sort of constructed imaginary in that sense. But what it missed was the kind of fundamental thing that brought life and brought imagination to the connection machine, which was the lights. So for the design of the connection machine, these lights were not this decorative add-on. They were sort of a really important part of the relationship that was being built between the sort of function and that broader imaginary in that sense. And Brewster himself sort of mentioned that it was a way to communicate the computer's view on the world and what we understood it to potentially project forward into our ideas of artificial intelligence. But obviously we know that there's no technical or mechanical objectivity. There's no sort of like, there is no computer inherent view. It's only what we construct on it and what we understand it to be. But that's really important for us to understand as the connection machine, as a kind of object to think through or to think with. It makes us think, kind of understand what our vision or what the team's vision or what the point at that time in the 1980s when artificial intelligence was at such a critical or interesting point. What did the aesthetics of the connection machine make us think about what we thought artificial intelligence was going to be? And it was really interesting to kind of see some of the conversations that had happened around that time with the team in the last couple of days. But obviously it starts to kind of spur and create a very particular conversation as through its form, essentially. You see these traces start to kind of trickle out a bit later. Obviously, there was a kind of that dip around the 1980s, but I think it really started to bring and capture an imagination around what life and communication and intelligence and sentience was. In some ways, you see it through things like the Internet of Things, where you start to see things like the very early days of that in the early 2000s with things like the Nabaz tag and David Rose's ambient objects, where light and connection and the want to have things ambiently in your home, they're not quite the same thing. They're not speaking to intelligence. They're not the same kind of object, but they are these kind of important sort of odd objects that kind of give they kind of project forward this kind of socio-technical imaginary of there being something which is talking to you or with you. But then you have sort of like these potentially darker or weirder objects which reflect a slight relationship to how black boxes and lights. It's almost like a mistranslation of that original idea of what the connection machine maybe was supposed to be in the Amazon Alexa, which itself is a very kind of problematic and complicated object in that none of the computation happens on the device itself. It happens elsewhere. It's very offset. But you have an idea of having a relationship with something which has a sort of perceived intelligence in many senses, but the kind of idle light, I'm hoping my computer is muted for this video, does something that indicates the idea of computation, the indication of intelligence, but it projects and constructs a future view of there being something, or a relationship, or kind of imagines a relationship in which intelligence is possible and normalized and very and really kind of expected. But behind it is this huge network of sort of extraction and labour politics, which are really, really difficult but obscured by the design and the form itself. And just to kind of speak to the connection machine itself and where it landed aesthetically. And as we mentioned, I'm not going to talk too much about how, because I've actually just like removed very quickly a slide from my profile about the Athena because Gordon was talking about it. But it existed in this aesthetic of red light, meaning emergency and alert, particularly in its relationship to artificial intelligence. But we already had this cultural imaginary that existed, partly because some of the people in the team were there itself. And we can't kind of extract the connection machine from that vacuum of an emotional register in science fiction. And I think it's really interesting how people were so captivated by it in that sense. And we had things like HAL, but we also had objects like the Whopper. Whopper, is that the right pronunciation? The kind of weapon of War Operation Plan Response, which had this very sort of like terrifying calculation of World War III, and it kind of treated humans as data points. And this already has struck a sort of point at attention where the kind of AI winter and the AI point had started to sort of erupt, but then we also started to see kind of where the connection machine sort of left I guess, the lab and had a life of its own and started to strike a really interesting, strong aesthetic autonomy maybe for filmmakers and creatives in that sense. You see the kind of form of it in things like Jurassic Park, Jurassic Park, Terminator 2, where with the birth of the internet in 1991, it starts to kind of become wrapped up with the Cyberdyne neural net processor, which is kind of lights up Skynet, with Dyson sort of maybe regretting using a hypercube structure in such an imaginative way. And then things like Jurassic Park, where the sort of extinction and sort of endpoint of life becomes associated with this. And obviously, it's not the computer that is doing this. My friend Ingrid Burrington calls Jurassic Park a business horror, because it's ultimately what it is. It's like the computer was used in this particular aesthetic because of its kind of associations, cultural associations. And they, I think, Crichton originally wrote in a Cray for this, but it became the CM5 because of its strong kind of associations. And then later you see in Cyberpunk 2077, which is a game from much later by CD Projekt Red, the use of the connection machine is much more ubiquitous, it's much more accepted, it becomes part of this established future from 50 years from now. It is part of the furniture, it's part of an accepted reality in artificial intelligence and the ways that we understand kind of an accepted, kind of sort of very bird's eye view of how human mechanics and a very kind of accepted by kind of more biophilic, I guess maybe it's the way of thinking about it, but at points of anxiety around where the line between human and mechanics or human and artificial intelligence erupts with this thing called the black wall, which is a line between the two, changes, that red and black aesthetic completely explodes and implodes. And that anxiety kind of becomes sort of shattered, and those red and black blinking lights just kind of becomes a huge thing. But it's really interesting to me that the connection machine has become such a perpetuated and sort of exploded aesthetic beyond the original will of the creators, who had such hopeful intentions for it. And I think it is still a really important and critical thing to think with, because we're always working in tandem with what our social and technical imaginations of technology are, but they're obviously not within a vacuum. So I kind of, it's almost like a provocation to think about how we can think critically about technology within this sort of interesting socio-technical imagination. I wanted to just end with this great photo of a cat from The Fly 2, which is in front of it, which is the kind of more friendliest image that I could find, but which I think is wonderful. But yeah, so I think it's more just a kind of, it's just more of a provocation, I think, in terms of how we think about our future lives with artificial intelligence and the kind of cultural and aesthetic imaginations that we provoke. Thank you.
So, and it's now a pleasure to welcome Paul Galloway, Senior Collection Specialist in the Department of Architecture and Design at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. And over the course of his time in MoMA, he has created 2 major exhibitions, Designer's Choice, Normantique, Jam Sessions, and co-created Never Alone, video games and other interactive design, and Automania, and has contributed to numerous publications on contemporary design. His work is guided by an interest in how technological objects accrue cultural meaning. And in his talk, Art in Our Time, The Connection Machine at MoMA, he will explore the place of the CM2 in MoMA's collection and in the broader history of design and technology. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you, and I'm very appreciative that Natalie mentioned Cyberpunk 2077 because it's a cool game and it features the CM2, and when I explained to my son that I was going to go talk about something that was in Cyberpunk 2077, he thought, okay, now Dad's doing something kind of important. Finally, he's talking about something I care about. So if the kids think this CM2 is cool in a video game, then you know it is actually cool. So let's just make sure this thing's coming up okay. Is it mirroring? Oop. Let's just refresh this. See, I'm glad Natalie is with me on this. There we go. Let's just do it in a new tab. So I think it's been 10 years now since we brought a CM2 into MoMA's collection, and it's given us some time to think about it. We've done a lot of exhibitions with it. And I think the theme that I'm coming across a lot in this conference so far is just how much the CM2 was a collective effort. And very often when you think of a museum and their masterpieces in a museum, you think of the single author, right? The great Picassos, the Frank Lloyd Wrights, these geniuses who guided something from start to finish. And largely that's a myth. And I think that's what we're seeing here today, is that it took a whole lot of hands, a whole lot of creative voices and scientific voices that built on research that came before to arrive at this incredible product. And I think that is something that is an emerging theme that I'm very interested in, and I know a lot of other curators are very interested in this idea of just how it takes a village to bring these things together. So at MoMA, we often try to reflect in our programs and our collections what we call the art of our time. This is, I'm kind of getting a little bit of MoMA history. This is the original facade of the museum that opened in 1939, and it had this idea of art in our time, right, which is about the notion that we are supposed to be a mirror held up to culture and reflecting the great efforts in culture that are happening around us every day. And this idea of the kind of collective labor is something that is often elided on purpose, right? We like the idea of the lone genius. We like the idea of the kind of sole author because it's a harder story to tell. You need a conference of 2 days to kind of really get into the details of how it took Tamiko and Danny Hillis and Brewster and Gordon and all of these voices to kind of bring this effort together. It's an easier story to tell, but I think telling these complex stories is a very important thing that we need to do. And lately, this has gotten me thinking a lot about telephone poles, or utility poles, and I'll explain. So these things are kind of incredible. They carry the weight of our modern world. They're trees that we rip out of the ground, saturate with poison, stick back in the ground, and then festoon with technical paraphernalia like a steampunk Christmas tree or something like that. And without them, our world does not exist. And yet we walk around and they're completely invisible. We try to ignore them. And that's on purpose, right? We want to kind of not pay attention to just how much labor goes into maintaining our modern world. There's electrical labor, there's human labor, there's intellectual labor. All of this stuff is super important. And this became very important to me this winter because New York had a ton of very bad winter storms this year, and 3 telephone poles were knocked out on my street, and I was without power for 24 hours. So no power, no internet, no heat. It reminded me of, oh yes, I'm just a cave person, and I need basic things to survive in this world. But it, again, kind of revealed just how fragile this infrastructure is and how many hands it takes to maintain this world. And this idea that in a way it's kind of like your 12D cube, right? There's parts within parts that all connect with each other, and the connection machine is a kind of perfect metaphor for our world, right? Without all of these parts and all these voices and all this work, all this labor, these things don't work. And this kind of construction of the modern world is something that we think about a lot at MoMA because, of course, 100 years ago, artists, architects, and designers were also addressing this exact same issue. What does the new world look like, right? We often think that the world is more revolutionary right now than it's ever been. It's been super revolutionary for a very long time, and there's always been conflict and debate about what is the proper shape of the world to come. And almost 90 years ago, Frank Lloyd Wright came up with this idea of Broadacre City, and I'm showing you a bunch of other works in our collection so that you can see what the CM2 is neighbors with at MoMA. This model is part of a project that consumed the last 30 years of Frank Lloyd Wright's life, where he wanted to envision a new kind of structure for American society. And it had some kind of great progressive aims. It was about kind of collective land ownership, and everybody would have equitable distribution of resources and land and a home, and it was environmentally sensitive, but it was also very much guided by a megalomaniacal kind of vision of one architect, right? Frank Lloyd Wright was And architecture is a very egotistical field, but Frank Lloyd Wright takes it to another level of ego. He envisioned this society where not only would there be no private ownership of public needs, great, sounds progressive, no landlord and tenant, right, social housing, fantastic, no traffic problems, okay, this is great, no poles, no wires in sight, so no telephone poles, no utility poles, hide that infrastructure, make the modern world invisible for us, but also get a little bit later and he starts getting very Frank Lloyd Wright, no headlights, I don't like car headlights, no light fixtures, no glaring cement roads or walks, but yet he has roads everywhere, no slum, no scum, no public ownership of private needs. So it's this, in a way, kind of tyrannical vision of what the world is supposed to be. And I think this is a kind of interesting thing. The 1930s was a time of manifestos, and I'll read you a MoMA manifesto a little bit later. But these utopian aims, and the word utopia is, of course, a non-place. It's something that implies it can't actually exist. So these visions of something that would happen are both beautiful and important, but something that we need to debate and contest the histories of as well. So this infrastructure of the modern world and the ever-present desire to hide it and to reduce friction and induce ease has made me think about something Tomiko wrote and was talking about just a few minutes ago about rendering the abstract visible, taking these abstract ideas and making them concrete. And the misreading of form following function. And by the way, Frank Lloyd Wright was his first job was at Louis Sullivan's office. So there's the direct connection from form following function. I'm trying to connect these like a little machine. But I read Tomiko's interpretation, which she's talked about many times, of form following function as one in which creating good design in architecture is not a question of following. So it's not following the function or being led to a preordained destination by function, but instead I think what she's suggesting is that good design is an expression of purpose. So instead of following, it's expressing something. And they're very different verbs. One is passive, one is active. So I think that's a key difference. So this challenge of expressing the soul and the purpose of machine is one that has been taken up by countless people. This is a little clip from Charles and Ray Eames's 1970 film Computer Perspective, which was done for IBM. They're the bugaboo that won't go away in this conversation the last few days. But it shows this early fascination with the interior visual world of technology, all this labor and work that's happening inside the machine. And their lush cinematography highlights the beauty of vacuum tubes and transistors and circuit boards. And this kind of combination of aesthetics and function is a powerful way of expressing the soul of a machine. And this expression of purpose is something that the CM2 does so incredibly powerfully. So in 2016, we acquired a CM2 thanks to the great efforts of Tomiko and a bunch of other people. We exhibited it very shortly afterwards in Thinking Machines, Art and Design in the Computer Age, which sought to situate the CM2 within a broader field of artistic experiments with the computer and these new technologies and what could happen. This was 10 years ago, or almost 10 years ago, so we had a great kind of gathering of the Thinking Machines alumni, so we're doing that again 9 years later. I think this should become a decade long. Every decade we bring the team back together in some new museum, so let's keep it going. I have my eyes set on a few more. That exhibition, we couldn't take it off view, so it came off view for a month and we immediately put it right back out in the galleries for our big reopening exhibition after we closed and expanded. So this was an exhibition called Energy that was looking at the use of energy and labor in the fields of design and how that's been addressed by a lot of different people. But the CM2 joins our collection, and we have a zillion computers in our collection. These are some of my favorites. Mario Bellini's TCV 250 video display terminal. The one in the middle is a weird one that I'm not sure everybody in this room knows. It's from a British firm called Diab Data. They made a server. This was not in any way competitive with any of the American models, but it was a very interesting one because it was created by Richard Hamilton, the great British pop artist, who also had a side career as a computer programmer and designer. So he's in the Tomiko Thiel model. And then, of course, there's the Mac 128K, the Magnavox Odyssey, the first home video game computer, and the IBM ThinkPad and the iPod. So I wanted to kind of briefly talk about the Machine Art exhibition in 1934. This is the first design show that MoMA ever did, and it took industrial elements, car parts, railroad steel springs, boat propellers, chemical glassware, and put them on pedestals like they're, ancient Greek statues or something like that. So the idea was to appreciate the kind of Platonic beauty of these pure forms and pure geometries that you would see in something like Winquist's ball bearing from a railroad car spring. So this fascination continued over the decades, and as computers took hold, we also explored the design of microchips, another machine that you can kind of render visible in a very beautiful manner. So finding the aesthetics in the machine was something that was very fascinating for curators and for our audiences. This information art was one of the most popular exhibits MoMA's ever done in the design department. Natalie just mentioned Kate Crawford's Anatomy of an AI System. This is a more recent piece. We have a couple. This is a work that both the Victoria and Albert and MoMA share. We are BFFs with VNA, so we love them, our colleagues in London, which looks at the kind of incredible infrastructure and resources that go into the construction of an Alexa speaker. It's a huge diagram that kind of renders this data visual. And then, of course, with the rise of AI, there's a lot of artists seeking to engage with and further in the exploration of art and culture through the use of AI. This is Rafiq Anadol's Unsupervised, which was a big installation at MoMA a few years ago, which trained a machine learning algorithm to kind of look at MoMA's GitHub data on our collection. That's the entire set of every bit of information we have on our collection, and interpret that and kind of see what the machine would learn. So it's this active animation as the machine kind of processes this GitHub data set. And we can't help but really project ourselves onto these machines. In older TV and cinema, everybody's done, here's my media clip, because you guys didn't include Star Trek on your other ones, and you have to have Star Trek in there, and Alien. There's this idea of the blinking lights and the vision of the future and rendering visible the labor of the machine. And my favorite phenomenon, and one that I dearly miss, is the status light on Apple computers that mimicked human breathing patterns, which Apple had a patent on called Breathing Status LED Indicator, which stated that it mimics the rhythm of breathing, which is psychologically appealing. And I highly agree, because we have to project our psychology onto these machines. It's a way of literally humanizing them, right? They're so inhuman that we find ways of making them. And you guys called the company thinking machines. You immediately are anthropomorphizing them from the get-go. This idea for a new level of massively parallel computer processing needed some psychological help, right? So that it could make it marketable and make it understandable to a public that doesn't understand these things, which of course the final design and the hypercube kind of address. And this thing is meant to be seen. It's meant to show you the labor that's happening. The telephone poles carrying the electricity, the processor processing this data, all of this stuff is visible in a very compelling package. And this kind of union of the two is very, very powerful. And I think this visible labor is something that, again, we keep touching on, these data farms and data centers that are cropping up all over the world. I asked Gemini yesterday how many are under construction. There's 2,000 data centers under construction across the globe right now, with a total 25 gigawatts of electrical capacity, which is a gigantic amount. And all of that is invisible, right? None of that, like the Alexa speaker or these other things you ask ChatGPT, and all of the work, all the labor is not happening in a place that you can understand. So this is something, I think, a kind of interesting place for us to go to. This expression of the soul of the machine, which is both done by the CM2 and the also kind of great icon of our collection, the Winquist's ball bearing, is something that I think you can do. You can have technical complexity and visual simplicity happening at the same time, right? And working in conjunction with each other. You can have hard labor that is both hidden and visible at the same time. And I think this kind of ability to embody two different contradictions is a great mark of masterpieces in design and art, which takes me back to machine art and the beginning of the history of design at MoMA. In an introduction to the exhibition catalog, Alfred Barr, who was the founding director of MoMA and kind of what we think of as our guiding Steve Jobs, whose vision still very much informs everything that we do at the museum. Alfred Barr wrote in the catalog that accompanied this exhibition this very 1930s style manifesto. It was the age of that kind of thing. And I wanted to read it because I love Barr's writing. He says, "It is in part through the aesthetic appreciation of natural forms that man has carried on his spiritual conquest of nature's hostile chaos." Very 30s. Today, man is lost in the far more treacherous wilderness of industrial and commercial civilization. On every hand, machines literally multiply our difficulties and point out our doom. If, to use L.P. Jack's phrase, we are to, quote, end the divorce, quote, between our industry and our culture, we must assimilate the machine aesthetically as well as economically. not only must we bind Frankenstein, but we must make him beautiful. And I think this idea of Frankenstein and the kind of metaphor for science run amok is something we'll see a little bit later, some of the other presenters kind of diving into this idea of the beautiful effort and then what happens later on when that kind of continues. But I think this idea of the collective labor, the CM2 is this icon, it's this beautiful object, but there's a lot of hidden labor behind it, right? So Danny and Tomiko and Gordon and Alan and Brewster Kahle and Lou Tucker and all of these voices and so many of the other people that worked at it and the people that used them, right? There's agency on the part of the people that actually used these objects, I think is labor that needs to be seen. And that's why I'm so happy to see the CM2, not just at MoMA, but at ZKM and other institutions. So let's get them out. In 10 years, let's all come back together and kind of revisit this subject and talk about where AI has gone since we all came together in 2026. But I wanted to kind of celebrate the CM2 as just one of our icons, and it's a beloved object at MoMA. Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
I would like the speakers of today to come up on stage, but in addition, I would like to invite another voice, and that please welcome also Michael Beigel, Professor of Pervasive Computing Systems at the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, whose work on human-machine interaction and ubiquitous computing brings a perspective that is attentive to the question of how computational processes can be made legible to the people who live with them. So also welcome, Michael. So the last, first of all, I wanted to announce I will refrain of asking all the questions because this is one of the rare moments you all have the opportunity to talk to these people. So I will open up the questions rather quickly to the public. Yes, exactly. Hands already open, but I will start nevertheless. It's your bar quote reminded me very much of also Georgi Kepper's idea of us being lost in the world of molecules and frequencies, a wilderness we cannot cope with. And that where he said we need a scientist's brain, a poet's heart, and a painter's eyes. And I think that's what also this machine originated from. Because this... You already may, yeah, please.
If I can, is this on? Yep. If I can add something there, Juri Keppisch was my father's mentor and also my sort of second generation mentor. And he's exactly, Juri Keppisch is exactly the Bauhaus connection. He wasn't at the Bauhaus, but he was in that circle in the new Bauhaus. So it turns out Keppisch is really my mentor, and somewhere out there is Martin Orosz, who's invited me to participate in Keppisch's 120th birthday celebration in November in Budapest. So very accurate connection.
Yeah, so I will start with a very, very easy question. When I saw this perfect machine, it reminded me of Günther Anders' quote from The Obsolescence of Man from 1957, where he describes people go through an exhibition with technical exhibits, and then the man who shows the people around is really ashamed. He's ashamed of being so imperfect in face of the a perfect machine. He called it that Promethean shame, so the fleshly clumsiness against the perfect machine. And this is just an introduction to ask, I mean, I guess most feelings that emerge nowadays when people see this machine is admiration. But how do people react if you know that, if they see the machine either in the museum or even at KIT where it normally stands? What kind of feelings or thoughts does it call up, if you know?
Yeah, I can probably start from a from the perspective of technology, yeah. So most people that pass around, of course, are either scientists or students. And for students, I think the admiration point is really that it is possible now to understand internals of the compute, yeah, which is not possible with supercomputing as of today, because actually it's very decoupled from the viewpoint what people see when they program. And actually, what is going on in the supercomputer, because they don't see the light there anyway, and they mean different things. But here they have a direct interaction with each processor when it does something, yeah, and how it shifts to the next one, yeah, and that makes students think. I also give the basic lecture on human-computer interaction. Think. How should they express their functionality in a way so that then others can then perceive it better, yeah, and have an easy understanding. So this is a takeaway message which is very visible here, yeah, and also very aesthetic, yeah, and makes a point to people which are normally not so close to these things. Because we are very technical oriented, I have to say, yeah. So,
yeah, and I would say that this idea, and that's what I was trying to talk about, that rendering visible the labor of the machine is something that is gone. Many of us in this room are old enough to remember the sound of a hard drive searching for a file, right? Or of the fan that never turned off, or of the particular whine that a CRT made. Those sounds are gone, right? The computer in your pocket is silent. It never makes a sound unless you tell it to. And this is, especially for younger generations, becomes a great tool for explaining, look, there's a processor in here. That red light means that processor is doing something at this moment. You can imagine the hum of the fans. I imagine they were fairly loud on the CM2 when it was really cooking. And that kind of thing is very important. I think very often of my own son and trying to teach him that, yes, the Nintendo Switch is a computer. Yes, your iPhone is a computer. Like, all of these things are computers doing work. They're consuming electricity and consuming data. The CM2 is a super useful tool for imparting that kind of lesson.
Yeah, I mean, there's still obviously a politics in that visibility, and I think it's really maintaining that sort of critical relationship, and I think that's where the role of things like artists and designers can have really important relationships to that, in bringing that closeness and bringing that critical relationship and kind of going, okay, so how do we reveal the kind of material relationships that we have, or bringing about. And I think that's why it's really interesting that there was an artist involved in this project, and there was an artist who was bringing that sort of interest in, I mean, you mentioned life. I think that's a really interesting relationship, but I think the idea that we often have distanced a lot of our material relationships to objects, I think in lots of ways, is always really interesting. And there's a way in which the choices that you make through the design that you have can abstract or remove or kind of, it can be quite a deliberate choice. And I'm always interested in the way that narratives, someone mentioned yesterday, the way that narratives can be a really strong or really important factor about how you kind of translate or bring people into stories around technology, or can push you away from them, or bring in certain aspects of it. So we talked about, so I think someone mentioned OpenAI yesterday. But yeah, I think there's a really strong and interesting storytelling around the connection machine and what relationships we wanted or we imagined of artificial intelligence, which I think is one that we can really analyse, something quite interesting. So, but.
I have one maybe more provocative question. Like Max Weber suggested that modern technology produces a loss of understanding. So we do not longer know how it works. We simply trust it. We trust the so-called science. We trust technology. We just don't know how it works, but we trust. And of course, he saw this as a deficit. But what if this is not deficit, but a desire? What if we actually want to believe in how the tramway works, the computer, AI, and so the connection machine tried to render its inner workings visible, but did that visibility really explain everything, or did the pulsing lights behind the black surface become a new kind of magic, one that deepens trust, that rather than dispelling it?
I mean, there is like data doesn't. In terms of the kind of the lights itself, it was a choice by the designers, I imagine, to communicate something. But there is no inherent Like I think you mentioned in an interview, there is no way that like to directly say what circuit boards do and to communicate what circuit boards do from one like direct relationship to another. There is a way that there is no purity in computation, purity in communication of computation. Like it's only what we assign to it in terms of data aestheticization. There's like that we have to make a choice about how we decide to communicate something, and that communicates our worldview in the way that we decide to communicate something. And I think that's the kind of message in this that can be the most interesting. There is no purity in computation, I think, in that sense. So.
To address that, remember that when we designed the machine, the audience for the machine was people who would actually come in contact with them, which meant programmers, which meant the people who were actually using it to program. So we were communicating that structure to the programmers who were encountering parallel processing for the first times in their lives. And one programmer said, the first time I wrote a program for the machine, the lights. I did use the lights I did turn on the lights when I was using a processor. You didn't have to; they were programmable. But he said that's what I did. And the first time I ran the program, the lights were only on in one cube, and I realized, oh my gosh, I have not used the parallelism of the machine, and he had to rewrite the complete program. So some person who knows nothing about programming, who knows nothing about parallel programming, and was walking by the machines, the blinking lights are not going to communicate to them. You do have to then maybe. There's curators who don't like having any text whatsoever and say the whole thing, the object, the artwork must speak for itself. And I'm sorry, but I often do pieces that have a lot more, often scientific content behind them, often cultural content behind them. And I always like to separate the explanation from the object, try and make the object such that when you encounter that object, you have some sort of emotional, sensual reaction to it that makes you say, I want to know more about this object. And then I say, oh yeah, well, read the wall text or read the brochure. And then some curators say, there's no wall text, there's no brochure. And I'm going like, okay, your choice, not mine. It's hard to have one object communicate everything without saying, go read the manual, which no one does. But for the programmers who are struggling with the concept of parallel programming, the lights were a direct communication. What am I doing? What is my program doing? Have I programmed it correctly? So you have to think of that specific audience also.
So I know there's impatience in the audience. Who has the first question? Right back. Oh yeah, please.
I got it back. Seems to me, since we're talking about the aesthetics of supercomputers, there are basically two things that are important in history. One of them is the connection machine, and the other one, the only mention so far that I've seen, is when Natalie Kane, I think, said, oh yeah, they had a Cray here, but they took it out and replaced it with a connection machine. So I'd be interested to know how people see the Cray 1, which is the kind of the absent guest at this particular discussion, what they think of that.
Right.
Nobody's talked about it so far, and there's been no picture of it up here so far.
If I had 20 minutes instead of 15, then I wouldn't have taken out that photograph of the Cray that's usually in my longer text, because that was at the point, I think the Cray actually had been around for quite a while, but in 1983, when we started working on the machine, the Cray was not only the world's fastest supercomputer, but also the only one that had a striking form. And it's very phallic. It's the cylinder, and the interesting thing, and that's part of my longer talk, is that the form of the Cray came very much out of the physical construction of the machine. So that was, when I said there was no physical reason that forced a form, that's where I start talking about the Cray, where every wire had to be exactly the same length, because you were up against the speed of light. And so there's stories, I don't know if they're true, that they hired, small Asian women with small hands to wire them because there was a total rat's nest of wires there. And then the phallic enhancement was the power supplies. And I was always told there were two versions of the Cray, with leather on the power supply bench, or with Naugahyde, and that was it. So
one footnote to that. I know that Seymour Cray at the time made these claims about how the thing had to have this cool horseshoe shape to optimize the signal length in the wires. But, I mean, this is fundamentally impossible. He could have made the thing exactly like a wardrobe, and it would have worked exactly the same. There was no necessity to have it.
He would have had to make
that cool horseshoe shape.
He would have had to make, of course, if you make it a wardrobe, then all of the wires. The stipulation was the wires had to be the same length because the speed of light is a constant. But of course, the longer you make the wire, the longer it takes the signal to get there. So he was trying to make them, as far as I've ever heard, as short as possible and still make the machine buildable, because even small Asian women's hands have a physical limit in size. It might be, but at some point we have nothing but stories to go on,
We're so short of time, and there was first somebody in the back with another question.
Yeah, hi. I have a question. I'm very interested in the preservation and conservation of new media and digital art. And one of the questions that I have is about obsolescence. Like, for example, with the CM machine, what happens when the components stop working? Do we just put it in a glass cage? Do we make an emulation? What are your approaches? What are your thoughts on that?
The connection machine CM2 stopped working somewhere at the very latest 2000, more likely the late 90s.
I mean, you're in the right building for that question. This is the leading institute for that question in the world. At MoMA, we look to ZKM for a lot of guidance and inspiration on a lot of what we try to do on our own side. So that's a question for them.
Yes, but say first.
Yeah, but I would postpone a longer explanation on that. I can just say we are still struggling with keeping alive or bring back to life the Zuse Z22 from 1957.
I think it's an ongoing preservation problem. It's just a fight with time, I think is the thing. But I think that there is this kind of modern idea of preserving in hope, and from what I understand, people are still there's not this preciousness about preserving the original part so much anymore. It's more about maintaining the function and the knowledge of that computer.
Yeah. So. I would take the next question. I see two more questions.
Who's worked around computers most of my career, I think one of the things that I find disheartening when I go to the computer museum or any exhibits of these things, I don't hear them. And yet that was very much a part of my experience, the fans whirling and everything else. So just like with a connection machine, we can put in lights and recreate the visual experience. I would just ask the archivist to put in fans somewhere so that you can hear it. And it doesn't have to, but I mean, and the older the computers, even more so, because I believe it doesn't have to be so loud it disrupts the whole thing, but give you some oral feeling of what it was like.
I think that's a great suggestion, and one that we think about a lot, because when we show, and this is a struggle with design, when you take a painting and put it on the wall, that painting is doing what it's supposed to do. When you take a chair out of an office and put it on a pedestal, that chair is no longer fulfilling its function, right? In the same way, when we show cars, we have cars in our collection. A car is not a sculpture. You can call it a hollow rolling sculpture, but it has sensory elements. It has sound, it has smell, it has velocity. All of these things are missing. So it's a great challenge when you're showing a work of design to communicate its broader significance and its broader sensorial impact when you can't do those, unfortunately.
It's why video documentation has become really important. Yeah. And I mean, it's a thing that's often called like significant properties in terms of like digital preservation and conservation. And it's like, so one of the things we've recently acquired, we've been working with one of our PhD students, is Flappy Bird. Does everyone remember Flappy Bird? It's like the world's most annoying game in the world. It's horrific. I absolutely hate it. But it's like, it was around for about a year or so. It was a game that relies on gravity for you to play this game with a bird. But the key thing to that is its gesture. But the main thing is it's gameplay and gesture. You're not going to record that easily if the phone dies or carriers die or that kind of thing. So video documentation has become really important for us to preserve games into the future, because the sound, gesture, play, all that kind of thing. I could go into this for miles about how we use that in the V&A.
As we have 5 more minutes, I would like to take the next question.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the wonderful presentations. I had with your work, the physicality of the machine was so important. You've just touched on the how mute modern computers are as well. But the other side is, with touch screens being the prevalent interface now, do you see us losing that physical connection? Because we're no longer really touching anything. We're not getting any physical feeling from the machine anymore that you get from a typewriter or a piano or a keyboard on a machine.
And I'd argue that... Go Gordon, yeah.
I can answer that as a lot of companies are now looking at bringing back actuators, especially in cars, because it's actually quite dangerous to have a screen and you're driving and you're looking for something here. It's better to have the actual physical actuator, and the feedback's much better from a human factor standpoint. So there is sort of a swing back to, especially those elements where it's really important that it's at your fingertips, is to have an actuator that really gives you the feedback. I have a friend, she writes for the New York Times, and she still uses a selectric typewriter. And for her, it's a ritual. It's like, I grew up in the time when I bought albums, vinyl albums. And it was a whole ritual to go to the Tower Records and look through everything and look at the cover. And we seem to be losing some of our rituals that we enjoy so much. And I think if designers think more about all those tactile or all those perceptions that give a collective powerful, it's not one idea that's big. If you bring together a collection of small ideas together, then you create a big idea. So the more you address the touch points of human activity interacting with a product, the much better and more enjoyable it becomes. That's mine.
You see it happen, but with like some redesign of what you call dumb phones and the return to that. So like I think Jas Morrison designed the punked phone, which was like a very hyper tactile, very like button oriented. It stripped away all of the kind of unnecessary functions that he thought, and that was a return back to a tactile sensory relationship with telephones, because it was a rejection of the fact that everything was touchscreen, everything was smartphones. And you do see people trying to return back to this idea of tactility. Yeah, it's interesting because I think this connection machine is a very sensory object. It is a very tactile object. Everything about it is about like a really material relationship. It was interesting hearing Gordon talk about the mesh. We talked about it on the way to dinner yesterday. The mesh to it, everything has this. It's not like a completely seamed object. I think you mentioned on one of the displays that you were talking about opening the cabinet or opening the side of it so you could peek in. There is this very material relationship to it so you can see everything. It's not this closed box in many ways. So yeah, I wonder if you want to talk a bit more about that sort of more sensory side of it.
Can I say one thing? Yeah. Can I add something? Yeah. The other thing I think is so important is the context of the time. We're all talking about the beige computers, but that was because of DIN standards. The DIN standards said you can't have certain contrast ratios, and the reflectance of the paint had to be a certain amount, but the contrast between the screen and the bezel. So there was a lot that the computer companies had to do in order to sell it in Europe, basically, because of the DIN standards. And I think the drama that was created by the contrast of the connection machine with this beige world. And I think drama is a really important aspect. And it's the first impression. We all live by first impressions. And you go there, holy mackerel, wow. And that's the thing you remember. I remember after a few years after I worked on with Tomiko and Danny I was asked to design a room for IBM's RP3X, which was a big supercomputer of some sorts. And I designed the room in such a way that it had to be super cool. So cryogenics and all that stuff. And you couldn't be in the same room as the computer. But the drama that was created, I would turn off the lights over the computer, so all you saw the black reflection of the lights, or the inside lights in the room that you're sitting in, and then the lights would change, and then the computer would light up, and oh, wow. And I think this idea of drama in design is really important. I think the connection machine is a perfect example of this first impression. You know.
It's the first time I see the clock upstairs. So we have 44 seconds. I think we can't take the last question. Or do we have to absolutely stick precisely to the time? One more question.
We're allowed one more.
Check. Oh, hi. Thank you for wonderful presentations. I'm very happy to be here, first of all. And I would like to ask Mr. Paul Galloway about Mr. Ronald's work at your museum. Jerry Saltz, Pulitzer-awarded Jerry Saltz, criticized Mr. Ronald's work, calling it mediocre and psychedelic mud, and also lacking otherness. Why do you think Mr. Ronald's work is important?
Well, first of all, Jerry Saltz called it a lava lamp, which is not an unfair criticism. I think Anadol is, for those who don't know, Rafik Anadol is a super important Turkish designer and artist who works with AI to create works. He's very popular in the art scene right now, and we commissioned him to do this project where the remit was to look at MoMA's collection and analyze that data and see what machine learning would do with that. And this was a few years ago. This project started in 2021, so right before the release of ChatGPT. So he was on the bleeding edge of the technology at the time. But we've long been interested in what people can do with data. That's the question everybody's talking about right now. We data farm, we have data centers. And Rafik was taking data about art, so taking cultural metadata and making more art out of that, which to us was a very simple operation, but what happened was very fascinating. And it was, at times, very lava lamp-like. There were certain animation sequences that were better than others, in my mind. But some of them, the ones that you would see ghosts of, Starry Night coming out, or Demoiselle d'Avignon, or these other things, kind of a machine interpreting something else. So that idea of literally a machine processing data and seeing an LLM or a machine learning kind of actually working in real time was something really kind of innovative for that moment. So we found that a very interesting project.
Yeah, given the time and that we are into the connection machine, I just wanted to thank you. And I think we all know machines are a machine is not just a tool, but it's a material condensation of ideas that feeds back into the culture. What we've not talked about is about here we had an incredible body suddenly for a certain way of calculating, of parallel computing, where would have been your question, where is the face of AI? And what does this mean for us as a society, that it's just these invisible language models and statistical patterns and weighted probabilities and latent structures. So a lot of questions remain open. Also, all the questions, for example, where did you think you failed? What went wrong? Where were happy accidents and serendipitous findings? We would have needed an hour to talk about that, but I'm very proud to have been with you on stage. And thank you again, Michael Beigel, for having saved the communication machine for so many years. Thank you very much. We will now continue with a screening of images by Carl Sims, and give me a moment to find the right paper. And I would advise to leave stage in order that you can see the movies. So we have spent considerable time today discussing the connection machine as a design object. What has not been addressed is the question of what was actually produced on this machine beyond scientific calculations, and therefore we now turn to the work of Carl Sims, a digital media artist and visual effects software developer who, in the late 1980s and early 1990s, used the raw parallel power of the connection machine to produce some of the most influential computer animations of that period, works that probed artificial life evolution and complex simulation with equal parts scientific rigor and aesthetic imagination. And I have to say brief words about his biography. Sims studied life science and computer graphics at MIT and initially worked at Whitney Demos Productions, which, by the way, was founded by the son of John Whitney, John Whitney Sr., the son of John Whitney Sr., the pioneer of computer animation and experimental film. That was just an important side remark. So by 1990, Sims was working at the Time Machines Corporation, and his works appears almost in all major survey publications about digital art, and he was also a recipient of various awards, including 2 Ars Electronica Golden Nikes, a MacArthur Genius Grant, and an Emmy Award. And so we will show you 5 films. They're very short. I think in total it will be just 15 minutes. The films are from 1988 to 1994, and just one sentence on every film. Particle Dreams uses the connection machine for large-scale physical simulation. What we see are dynamic particle behaviors. Panspermia moves toward biological metaphor, combining 3-dimensional plant forms with mutation and interactive selection to imagine a proliferating extraterrestrial life cycle. Primordial Dance applies the same principle of interactive evolution to a different material, not plant forms, but abstract mathematical equations, whose mutation and breeding produces the evolving textures and colors. Liquid Self uses particle systems morphing and the evolution of 3-dimensional parametric shapes to reflect on identity and the unstable relation between physical and virtual selfhood. And the final film, Evolved Virtual Creatures, made on the more powerful CM5, extends these experiments into artificial life evolving not only movement, but also morphology and behavior. And so what connects these films is therefore not a single visual style, but a shared underlying idea that form can arise from simulation, mutation, selection, and emergence. So please enjoy the films.
This demonstration shows virtual creatures that were evolved to perform specific tasks in simulated physical environments. Swimming speed was used to determine survival. Most of the creatures are results from independent evolutions. Some developed strategies similar to those in real life. Once they're evolved, multiple copies of these creatures can be made and simulated together in the same environment. The next group of creatures were evolved for their ability to move on a simulated land environment with gravity and friction. Some simple solutions with just 2 parts were found. Some seemed like they could use some assistance, while others were fairly efficient, such as this rowing-like behavior. Here is an odd cousin of the previous. A mutation caused him to tumble. Some creatures evolved to incorporate contact sensors in their control systems. Here is another inchworm-like creature that tends to go in circles. This was actually a creature first evolved for its ability to swim in water, then later put on land and evolved further. A successful sidewinding ability resulted. Here is one with a hopping style. The protrusions on its arms seemed to help prevent it from tipping over. This was the fastest, with a successful galloping-like stride. This group was evolved for their jumping ability. This group was evolved for their ability to adaptively follow a red light source. The resulting creatures are now being interacted with. A user is moving the light source around as the creature behaves. This one seems to flail randomly, but somehow still manages to approach the light. Perhaps it is mean to move the goal away just as it arrives. Here is one that has propeller-like fins which are tilted depending on the direction of the light. It can adaptively swim up or down very well. This final group of creatures was evolved for their ability to compete for control of a green cube. The creature closest to the cube at the end of a simulation is the winner. Here, a strategy first arose for simply tumbling towards the cube. Then one learned to block out his opponent. But then later one learned to overcome the obstacle by climbing over it. Some pinned down their opponents. Some covered the cube with protective arms. Others simply unfolded onto the cube. The success of a strategy is often highly dependent on the opponent. Here is a hockey-playing creature, which takes the cube away and wins by a large margin. Here are two similar hockey strategies battling it out, with appropriate gestures. This crab-like creature walks well, but often continues past the cube and instead seems to prefer beating up on his opponent. Against the arm, the crab seems to simply walk away. A successful strategy is this two-arm technique that swipes quickly in from the side and moves the cube over to a second arm. These are the final rounds of competition amongst the overall best. Finally, the seeker arm goes against the side swiper, but the cube is just out of reach.
Evolving virtual creatures is a profoundly philosophical work. It teaches us everything we need to know about mankind. So now I have the pleasure to introduce you to Gary Oberbrunner. No, I said it in a Bavarian way, Oberbronner. That's the right one. Sorry. The work we've just seen, all depended on, or some of it depended on someone first asking how a massively parallel computer could be made to produce an image at all. Please welcome Gary Oberbrunner, a software engineer and technological executive whose career spans more than 40 years in high-performance computing, graphics, and visual effects. AI Thinking Machine Corporation, he developed visualization software for the connection machine. He then joined Carl Sims at GenArts, where together they built the Sapphire visual effect plugins, tools that became industry standards and were recognized with an Engineering Emmy Award in 2019. And in his talk, From Connection Machine to Creative Machines, he will trace that lineage from the connection machine's graphic architecture to the GPU-driven AI-saturated computing landscape of the present. Welcome, Gary.
Thank you very much. So yes, I'm Gary Oberbrunner, and thank you so much for having me here, and thanks to Tamiko and everyone at ZKM for organizing this. Thinking Machines was an incredibly formative time for me, and so I'm really glad to help keep those ideas and memories alive. So I was in the graphics group headed by Lou Tucker and Jim Salem from about 1989 to 1994. and Carl Sims was the artist in residence there. Our group, our graphics group, did all the low-level graphics programming, and we also worked with scientists to visualize their results. It was amazing heady days working with some of the smartest people in the world. I've always been drawn to that space between art and science, and thinking machines allowed me and Carl and so many others to really expand and explore those possibilities. So our motto was a processor per pixel, which came directly from Danny's original thesis. And that ended up also being exactly the modern GPU model once GPUs moved up beyond that fixed function pipeline. So we wrote a lot of the low-level code to connect the CM to its frame buffer or to an X11 display to view images. All of that low-level code was written in Paris, but we also had star render, which had all the graphics utilities to draw lines and polygons and do their images for display and do all the 3D matrix math. And that's the software that Carl used to create those gorgeous animations that you just saw. We all used Emacs, the MIT text editor back then, which came straight from the AI lab. And in fact, I still do today. My Emacs config still has a fair bit of the Thinking Machines configuration showing through. And I still smile when I see that. So the CM2 was the first machine that I had ever seen that could create real-time graphics like Mandelbrot fractal images and scientific visualizations. And we spent quite a few late nights making fractal zooms and exploring the beauty of those new tools. So, as I'll get into in a minute, the modern GPU is a lot like the connection machine, although our software back in those days was in some ways more advanced, and we'll talk more about that. I think the world is still catching up. But of course, Moore's inexorable law left the CM in the dust many years ago, performance-wise. I think I read somewhere recently that you would have to pave all of Brooklyn over with CM2s to equal the power of a modern data center. So just a couple of stories. One fall, I traveled to Copenhagen to work with molecular scientists at UNICE, the Danish supercomputer center at DTU. They had a CM200 running atomic scale surface simulations. And they needed to render hundreds of thousands of atomic spheres in real time. So that was the perfect kind of problem for a massively parallel machine. Each sphere mapped to a processor. The whole thing was computed in parallel, rendered in parallel, and composited in parallel. So it's the kind of problem that today would be a straightforward GPU compute shader. But in 1991, the CM was this brand new tool, and it was really the only game in town for that kind of real-time work. And I personally was pretty impressed that Thinking Machines maintained an apartment in Copenhagen just for visiting employees and guests. And kudos to the company for being brave enough to send a pretty junior engineer like me to talk with these amazing scientists, and also sending me to Schlumberger and Los Alamos. It was amazing the kinds of opportunities that people could take advantage of in those days. I think one of the things that the CM enabled that we didn't predict was that because the simulation runs that people had been doing on supercomputers that had been taking days or weeks could now be run in minutes or hours, you could put those simulations into an inner loop and run optimization passes around them, gradient descent or Monte Carlo. And I think that was a huge game changer for everything from airplane design to geophysics. And of course, modern systems do that all the time. But at the time, this was just a mind-blowing idea. And of course, it wasn't just graphics we did. The processor per pixel architecture and our graphics I/O pipeline also helped underline much of the pioneering computer vision work that folks were doing on the connection machine, like the character recognition that you've seen yesterday. So after Thinking Machines and some other adventures, I joined Carl at Gen Arts in 1997 to work on Sapphire plugins. And Sapphire, our product, was a package of visual, and still is, a package of visual effects software for film and video. It's used by every major post-production company. It's been in commercials and films you've certainly seen, like Lord of the Rings and The Matrix and Iron Man. But Sapphire was a direct outgrowth and productization of Carl's artificial life image evolution work, which you just saw some of. At that time, Sapphire was just running on SGI workstations. He had turned that A-Life software into a set of software tools. And he and I quickly mind melded, and I think we were better together than the sum of our parts. Our characters meshed perfectly. He was focused on creating this beautiful imagery and making it as fast as possible. And I loved building systems and getting them out into the world. We got to the point very quickly where we could finish each other's sentences, and we spent so many late nights getting releases out the door. It was one of those perfect flow experiences where when you're programming some new effect together, it really felt transcendent at times. It felt like we were creating beautiful tools out of thin air. We gathered together a small team of brilliant engineers, Nathan Weston, Larissa Supnick, who's still working on Sapphire, Stephen Bash, and a few others. And we had that shared vision, and we built something that I'm still proud of today. I think we're still waiting for the machines to be proud of us. But at a certain point, maybe it was 2007, 2008, we realized that GPUs had gotten so fast and so flexible that doing Sapphire quality image processing on them was going to be the way of the future. So we ported everything over to the GPU over the course of a couple of years. And on the software side, CUDA gives you essentially the same abstractions that the CM had. Scans and sends, map reduce, even where in C* was a lot like CUDA's predication logic. And I'll note that John Nichols of MassPar, which was a competitor to TMC, took the data parallel abstractions that we invented at Thinking Machines and led the development of CUDA. So there's a direct through line there. And Karl and I and the group that we set up at GenArts could pick right up with GPU programming because we had this massively parallel experience. CUDA made data parallel problems simple, and because we'd grown up with C* and scans and sends, the whole thing was just very familiar. And that sort of to us was the beginning of the knowledge that the data parallel model had really fundamentally won out. Here's just a few ways in which the CM and modern GPUs are quite similar, and I won't go into that. But it's funny to me that the data parallel architecture was seen as a dead end after Thinking Machines' demise, right? Look at these quotes from Gordon Bell. Did the MPP bandwagon lead to a cul-de-sac? The problem with MPPs, and Hankdietz saying, is parallel processing dead? Well, nope. They want that the whole model won out, and that's modern GPUs. I think it's just an example of the hype cycle. We had inflated expectations, we had some disillusionment, and then now we're into that parallel plateau of productivity. And I think we're going through the same thing again with AI. It's interesting to me that C* and StarLisp had higher level constructs than anything we have today. We had entire array primitives that made things so simple. I think we're still waiting for a modern C*, and I would love to see that on GPUs. Of course, the hardware is a lot more capable nowadays, and there's more architectural choices. And it's also interesting to me that NVIDIA was really driven in those days by creating graphics cards for gamers to make video games more realistic. The video game market was huge. In some years, it was bigger than the film industry. But as people realized that these were really parallel computing systems, the pipelines got more flexible, and that ultimately leads us to the AI world of today. In the interest of time, I've been doing, since the GenArts days, I've been getting really interested in AI and creativity and sort of machine intelligence. I won't go into all the details, we'll save that for another time. But one of the things I've been working on recently that I thought I would share is I've been building a little toy where I have AI write GPU shader code. It's the same kind of per pixel data parallel code that we ran on the CM. The AI generates variations and renders them. But what makes it different from traditional A-life systems, like the stuff that Karl was doing back then and so many others have worked on since then, is that it goes beyond biological evolution, right, which is random variation and selection. It's closer to selective breeding, but the AI is the thing directing the evolution, not the person, the human driving it. So essentially, I'm prompting an AI with, be creative, find something beautiful, find something interesting that you like. And so all of the images that you're seeing here in the background are AI evolved GPU shaders. So I'll just show you a quick 1-minute film of some of this. I call it shader soup. So I just gave it very basic instructions and options and let it evolve as it saw fit. In this case, I said, let's add some gravity, and it came up with this sort of beautiful black hole gravitational system. Symmetry. And of course, it can draw on the internet and everything that has gone before to rediscover physical principles and what people think is pretty. So that's that. Let's see. Oops. Okay, stop. Sorry about that. Let's just go back here. And there we go. Oops, why doesn't it go to the next one? There we are. Come on. There. So, all right. So I have some thoughts about the nature of creativity and taste and art, but we will largely save those for another time. What I'll say is this. The technology has changed enormously. We're tens of millions, hundreds of millions of times the capabilities of what we had in the 1980s. But the principles and the through lines remain. Data parallelism, a processor per pixel. And the insights that Danny had and that we brought to life have become the foundation of modern GPU computing. And I'll leave you with this thought. We're entering a genuinely new era with AI. It's likely to be transformative and very disruptive, and it's going to ripple through society and culture with a lot of unintended consequences. So my thought is, let's stay on top of it and understand it as deeply as we can and help wisely guide its direction. And I think the time to do that is now. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gary. Is there time for questions to Gary? No? Okay. So thank you very much. And for us here, it seems a good moment to pause. We will continue at 2 o'clock with our third session, From Thinking Machines to Today's AI Landscape. A shift in register, but not a departure from the questions we've been circling. So please enjoy lunch and the pause, and see you back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
So for our speakers, we have prepared some lunch, and for all visitors, our bistro, the Mint Bistro, is happy to cater you. Please enjoy and see you back at 2.
Hier ist noch ein Computer. Viola, hier ist noch ein Computer. Ist das so? Okay, gut. This is next speaker. Oh. Hi, and welcome to our afternoon session, From Thinking Machines to Today's AI Landscape. This session turns directly to the present, and I hope very much that it won't be very painful, but I think we have to critically also engage with the questions of today, and that's our mission also as of institution, to investigate what implications technology have for the society nowadays. While earlier architectures embodied technical and philosophical optimism about thinking machines, contemporary systems, from large language models to global data infrastructures that shape our world today, raise urgent questions about power, bias, and responsibility. At first glance, these systems seem to fulfill a long-standing dream of machines that can think. But that dream has never been purely technical. It has always been ideological as well. In her book Empire of AI, the journalist Karen Howe describes how technological innovation is often framed as universally good, a promise of progress that benefits everyone. But historically, such narratives tend to obscure how power becomes concentrated, how labor is hidden, and how inequality is reproduced. Rather than distributed intelligence, we see nowadays highly centralized systems, large models, massive data sets, and infrastructures controlled by a small number of organizations. And these systems are driven by a particular logic, the logic of scaling, more data and more compute. But scaling is, of course, not neutral. It depends on vast amounts of resources, energy-intensive data centers, global hardware, supply chains, and enormous quantities of data extracted from internet. It also depends on human labor, often invisible, to labor, filter, and maintain these systems. In this sense, AI is not just computational, it's also extractive. And Howe's work encourages us to understand this as part of a broader structure, kind of empire in which data, labor, and resources are drawn from across the globe and concentrated into systems controlled elsewhere. And the promise of progress can make this concentration appear inevitable.
but this is not the only possible path. Both historically, I think we saw also yesterday and today, there have been alternative approaches to AI that challenge the dominance of scale. What matters here is also not just the technical difference, but also the underlying idea that intelligence might be built not through endless accumulation of data, compute, of energy, but through more efficient, interpretable, and context-aware systems. And in this session, we would like to ask what kinds of knowledge, labor, and data underpin these systems, whose voices remain invisible and or are deliberately silenced, and in what ways do current AI systems reproduce this kind of colonial logics. I would also underline that artists and researchers play a big role in also making these opaque and enmeshed systems more visible. And I think it's interesting to turn to this artistic point of view and artistic research on the topic to better understand how also this invisible and opaque systems works. And also, if today's dominant AI paradigm is defined by scale instruction, then alternative approaches, whether technical, artistic, or social, invite us to think in terms of perhaps limitations and responsibility. I would like to express our generous, our generous gratitude and for generous support for all our funders, for collaborators and partners, for the Ministry of Science, Research and Arts Baden-Württemberg, for the KIT, Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, for the Supercomputing Center at the Forschungszentrum Jülich, and to the MIT Museum in Cambridge, Massachusetts, whose commitment made this conference possible. Also, big thanks for the technical team and for the video studio for realizing the live stream and for technically very reibungslos, very smooth transitions. I would also like to introduce our next speaker, and it's Sarah Zisten. They are professor of computational thinking and aesthetic doing at the Academy of Media Arts in Cologne. Their artistic research builds tools to bring intersectional, critical creative approaches to machine learning. Winner of Ars Electronica Start's Grand Prize, they are the author of a critical field guide for working with machine learning datasets and co-author of Inventing Eliza, How the First Chatbot Shaped the Future of AI, appearing this spring in MIT Press. Sarah, very welcome, and please join me in welcoming Sarah Zisten.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you all for being here. It's such an honor to be among all the speakers, to be inspired by the speakers who are with us, and to hear about the community that's built up around the Connection Machine, and to join everybody in this incredible home for tech art and history. And in the context of tech futures, it feels like there are so many things to worry about, and also so many things to be excited about, and it can be difficult to distinguish between these. Often they hold the potential for both. And so whether we are the makers or the users or the researchers of the latest technologies, what is to be done in response to some of their worst and unintended uses? How can we reclaim them or even rethink them altogether? And so to put this another way, how do we reckon with the risks and the responsibilities that are inherent within our own technical and creative practices, especially when we cannot foresee those risks? How do we address the sense that so many technologies seem to be taken advantage of, taken up for war, for genocide, for hoarding resources, continually reducing life to the worst common denominator? Not to be a downer right after lunch, sorry. These are some of the questions that currently drive my research practice and my artistic projects. And I don't have answers to these questions. That's part of why I wanted to talk about this. And maybe the answer is that we can't, but we have to try. And so today I wanted to look at two examples from my research One is contemporary and one is historical for how people have grappled with such questions. And then I want to try to propose some alternative strategies. So we're going to talk about recovering tech from the techno-oligarchs via Anthropic and AI decision-making that's been used in warfare. We're going to talk about reckoning with the stakes of what we create and use via the 1960s chatbot Eliza. And then we'll talk about reclaiming agency and reimagining these alternative forms via this series of strategies, but I'm hoping that it can really spark discussion. And each of these topics is much larger than the time available. It could be its own talk, it could be its own seminar over a semester, so this will be just a galloping gloss over rather than the detailed treatment, but let's talk more about it later, I hope. And despite the topic, this is actually a really hopeful talk. The first half is pretty dark, like dark, but I hope you'll stay with me because I'm neither a techno-pessimist nor a techno-solutionist. I'm looking here for the nuance and to keep the technologies that matter to us from being weaponized or monopolized. We need more than toothless policies and strongly worded Instagram posts. We need tangible, effective strategies and reasons to go on. So let's start with rescuing tech from the techno-oligarchs. By now, you've probably all heard about Anthropic, the makers of Claude chatbot, and the company who recently stood up to the US Department of Defense to ask that their AI tools not be used for fully autonomous killing or domestic surveillance. Great, yes. This should not happen. You may also know that Claude is already being used to do just that in the current strikes against Iran and in the products made by Palantir that are employed in the US, UK, Ukraine, Germany, among elsewhere, by state police, border agents, even in healthcare systems. And with the news stories, many people switch from ChatGPT to Claude, which the thinking about our own personal impacts on this is also great. They switch because Anthropic says that it doesn't want its tools used for the worst forms of warfare. So we're going in the right direction. And as I've discussed elsewhere in my research on the language of guardrails, Anthropic says that they aim to design models that are, quote, helpful and harmless. Unfortunately, they've failed to define these values or how they are applied in statistical models. And so this vague language of helpful and harmless has grown really popular in the AI safety industry and is indicative of the kinds of ethics washing that we see across technical papers and documentation. It's taken up by all the other model makers operating at this level. And Anthropic's stand against the DoD is not quite so upstanding when considering the definition of fully autonomous versus human in the loop is often defined by nearly meaningless sign-offs. So in two real examples, not necessarily from Anthropic, US military's autonomous systems reduced human decision time from 20 minutes to a mere 20 seconds. And in the Lavender system used in Gaza, human confirmation is merely to confirm that a target is male and nothing else. So such decisions are already designed to feel really abstract and far away from our daily lives, and in the US and EU at least. And AI is designed to compound that abstraction. But the systems of AI also end up bringing those technological entanglements even closer to home. So for the last 2 years, I've been working on the AI War Cloud database, which is an interactive research tool and artwork that maps the technical systems that are amplifying and accelerating high-risk military decision-making. And it shows how these systems are entangled with the commercial technologies such that the development of these dual-use systems share hardware, software, data, financial resources, and corporate actors. And this project began with a similar question to the talk as a whole: what responsibility do I have in choosing the machine learning tools that I use when these tools we are using daily are connected to warfare at massive scale? And I started with a focus on the machine learning tasks that were being used in both domains, finding that the very same kinds of recommender systems were being used to both help people choose videos as were being used to find people to kill. The same error-prone chatbots used to help write an email are used to deploy weapons and troops. And the tool lets you focus on individual actors and trace connections that move across domains in either direction. And unfortunately, it was all too easy to trace from my own devices to battlefields and back again in just a few steps, whether it was data shared by WhatsApp or the founders of Spotify also owned defense companies like Anduril. My findings have been both disappointing and surprising. Almost every conceivable machine learning task and process is being employed in state warcraft, has or is being investigated for an application. The machine learning being used is surprisingly unsophisticated and surprisingly commercially driven. So a home robot vacuum becomes a battlefield bomb robot. The Claude chatbot becomes the interface for Palantir's user platform. In this demo shows the Palantir AIP tool as it would be deployed in combat contexts, and users can interact conversationally to understand battlefields and execute commands, just like commercial AI agents that you're already familiar with. Palantir's Foundry tool is currently in use by various US agencies and sold to 5 German state police forces. And in this demo, the designer's imaginary for how the system will be used shows it tracking a terrorist training camp roster, whereas this patent filing shows it tracking people through their academic organizations, charity donations, travels, and device usage. Warfare then becomes this rapid testing ground for AI systems that can then be adapted into domestic surveillance and commercial products in this techno-imperial boomerang. And this shift is empowering new private actors and startups to build experimental technologies using private money, but working outside regulatory bounds. So this is a flattened view of just a select portion of the AI War Cloud database, showing some of these dual-use flows and how they move in multiple directions. So the Ring doorbell camera becomes an ad hoc police surveillance network, with the company Axon siphoning customer data into products that are accessible by the military and the police. Conversely, the company CoreSight has turned real-time facial recognition tech developed for Israeli military into the Fortify policing tools used by US ICE and other local police departments, with tech giants providing the infrastructure to support it all. And the iris scanner that's tested on refugees in Jordan as a mandatory requirement for receiving aid, then becomes biometric ID for a crypto wallet. So AI decision-making tools matter in particular as a medium, as a form of technology, as part of a linear or nonlinear history of tech, because not only are they being applied in high stakes and high uncertainty use cases, literally to decide who lives and dies, but they're now accelerating those decisions exponentially and amplifying the faulty assumptions that can be built into them. So for example, with the help of the gospel system, the IDF has moved from generating 50 targets a year to 100 targets a day, every day, with 50% of them being attacked. And despite the uniquely amplifying and accelerating capacities of AI systems, we can also put this on a historical continuum to remember that dual-use technology is not a problem new to AI, but this also means that we have existing counter strategies to draw on. We can trace their material origins and link them with histories of technology and political power. So these are not parodies. These are early PowerPoint demos, a slide deck in which Christopher Columbus pitches his foreign conquest to investors in Spain, including his use of improved technologies and military force upon local populations. So empires have long used colonies as laboratories for surveillance and control, which are then imported, these technologies are then imported and deployed on local citizens. And it's a reminder that warfare's AI decision-making systems can be read on this much longer continuum. And these implicit attitudes are then echoed in contemporary Palantir applications for geolocation tools and database designs that use placeholder data from the Tudor dynasty and the so-called Age of Discovery taking place during the Atlantic slave trade. So these may seem like incidental choices and simple placeholder text, but they point to the deeply intertwined, culturally specific narratives of power and tech that inform everyday digital interfaces and yet are absorbed as seemingly default or status quo. and they are the much more subtle versions of the techno-imperial boomerang, which is currently dragging dual-use tech to our doorstep and raising the urgent stakes for the tools in our pockets. So, let's look back a bit farther at computer scientist and anti-war activist Joseph Weizenbaum and his work on ELIZA. His is sort of a cautionary tale that I've been exploring as part of my collaborative research for this book that uncovers and analyzes the missing source code for his impactful work. And it contextualizes this with contemporary LLMs and its continuing legacy on AI. I'm finding a lot of commonalities with the work being done to archive the connection machine. And Weizenbaum's story, I think, has a lot to tell us about how good intentions can be misinterpreted and how prescient warnings can go ignored. So Weizenbaum did not actually set out to make what is known today as the earliest chatbot. He was not trying to make a therapy bot, and he wasn't trying to make something that seemed human or could pass the Turing test exactly. He was actually trying to understand misunderstanding and how humans and computers might adapt to one another. So as part of this 5-year project, I joined 7 other programmers and researchers in recovering and analyzing this missing source code, which had been languishing in an archive at MIT. And along the way, we debunked many of our own and others' misunderstandings about the well-known conversational agent. When ELIZA was published in 1966, Weizenbaum's CACM paper emphasized the simplicity of the techniques that he used. And his hope was that this simplicity would eliminate this false air of magic that the human-computer interactions in his system were kind of promised. But as the well-worn story goes, that is not what happened, and people read it to be this early anthropomorphized agent that was actually able to give them some sense of solace, some sorts of like communicating with another agent. But that famous psychoanalyst persona that we know of ELIZA was not ELIZA's only persona. ELIZA had many other scripts it could run, and this key aspect of ELIZA's history ended up being overlooked. And its most well-known script became conflated with the system which ran it. So ELIZA and Doctor, which you can see from this archive example, was a very curated, very hand-edited version of Doctor, got merged into one thing in the public understanding. And the history of ELIZA might have looked very different if people knew that ELIZA was actually more like a software platform, that it could take on different personas for things like tutoring mathematics or analyzing poetry, like this poem discussing the Belsen concentration camp that analyzed the haunting line, "Is any heart in order after Belsen?" Our research found reference to at least 35 scripts, and there are likely others. There were helper scripts to enhance existing features, scripts that built on other scripts, and there were scripts that sort of blurred the line between user and programmer, allowing one to edit scripts on the fly while ELIZA was running. And as ELIZA gained popularity in the public as this sort of therapy bot, it shifted from Weizenbaum's intended purpose and instead towards these imaginaries for healthcare or education or these personas of human-computer interaction as what have grown into things like ChatGPT. And such prospects horrified Weizenbaum, who had written in his early notes that his project intended to map understanding and misunderstanding, including behavioral cues and how, quote, man and machine can move toward an adjustment with each other. As Weizenbaum later said, quote, one of the important questions that ELIZA generated was what it means to understand at all, independently of whether you talk about machines or human beings. It was so easy to be lulled into the idea that a machine understands me. ELIZA also shifted in its fundamental construction as it became part of the AI canon, and versions of ELIZA in Lisp and BASIC were copied and emulated and continue to be taught today. However, all of those versions were written by other people and based on the description of ELIZA that was published in the CACM, but not from people who had seen the original Mad Slip code itself, because that code sat in a box in Weizenbaum's archives at MIT. So once our team could close read this code with the interdisciplinary techniques from critical code studies, we could understand a lot of things that sort of reading the description of it had not been able to tell us. We learned that the published doctor dialogues could not have been produced by the algorithm as Weizenbaum described it. And we were also able to create this reconstruction, which is available online, so that it can run just as it would have run then, thanks to understanding what Weizenbaum had described as a certain counting mechanism, which turned out not to be random as we once thought. So having these kind of material understandings, like we've been talking about today already, has really helped us ground the code in its socio-technical context. And along the way, we found that there were several versions of the program itself that Weizenbaum had made, many scripts, many interpretations, and many myths that got compounded on top of it. And ELIZA became this multiplicity of ELIZAs that Weizenbaum couldn't control and couldn't even always condone. And the bot snowballed into its own conflated or sort of compounding imaginary of itself, even as the true capacity of it was lost mostly to history. And Weizenbaum was continually dismayed by people's belief in computational systems, how they ascribed agency to them with the smallest provocation, what we now know as the ELIZA effect. His worries grew with ELIZA's popularity. He in particular questioned the increasing use of computers in the military during the Vietnam War. But from the start, ELIZA was entangled with military influence at MIT. ELIZA was part of Project Mac, which was funded by ARPA, as almost all projects were at the time. It ran on MIT's IBM 7094 and was accessible over printed terminals and dial-up teletype, not the black and green screen we now associate it with. And it was the Project Mac supported work by colleagues including Minsky and John McCarthy, with whom Weizenbaum frequently debated. And this time sharing allowed for ELIZA's adaptation into a teaching tool in other MIT departments, but Weizenbaum also was witnessing how the complexity of these similar large-scale systems kept individual users from understanding or impacting their operations. And so by the end of the 60s, he was already lamenting that the scale of the machines meant that, quote, decisions are made on the basis of rules and criteria no one knows explicitly, and the system of rules and criteria becomes immune to change. The threshold of complexity beyond which this phenomena occurs has already been crossed by many existing systems. Weizenbaum saw how such tools were being used to abstract away decision-making, agency, and responsibility, and he said, it was not technological inevitability that invented the electronic battlefield, nor was it a set of anonymous forces. Men just like the ones who designed television commercials sat around the table and chose. They were operating at an enormous psychological distance from the people who would be maimed and killed. And so at the root of his warnings was this fear that we did not understand human types of intelligence and understanding, let alone the artificial types. He emphasized resisting a sense of technological inevitability, and he understood quite directly how much credit people give to machines, most of it unearned, and spent most of his later career trying to remind people of the importance of people in computation, saying that a computer scientist must teach the limitations of his tools as well as their power. So, now for a little bit of optimism. Knowing all of this, how do we go on? And can we keep loving what we do, whether it's making AI or other emerging tech, researching it, critiquing it, making art with it or about it? How can we do this without ethics washing or without screaming into the void? How can we resist, repair, reclaim agency, and reimagine alternative forms as Tameko's design has done here? I'd like to share some imperfect, in-process strategies that are inspired by others with the hopes that these thoughts maybe spark something for you. Change may feel insurmountable, and it is easy to feel like one is a single plastic straw against the Pacific garbage patch and find every reason to do nothing. But I would invite us to think about a theory of change that works across different scales. So it includes individual choice, of which apps we might use. It includes engaging local community and regional action. It includes national policy and global shifts. That all of these are possible and necessary to enact in concert. There are different fields and domains that need to make tangible impacts that resonate across these different scales. So legislation is one area, but research and mutual aid and publishing and curating and caretaking and running servers all have their role. Scholar Dan McQuillan calls for, quote, a commitment to changing the underlying conditions, end quote, and as he's paraphrased, the underlying conditions that give rise to the need for unjust AI systems. And McQuillan suggests longstanding community practices as these forms of resistance to it. So we have these models already, as Brewster suggested with the call to bring back libraries as public utility, and as well in the Billion Core initiative to give access to material compute resources. So we can think of mutual aid and solidarity not only in the sphere of kitchens and work councils, but also in how we relate to the technologies we're talking about themselves. We have great models for this in the ethos of open source community, feminist server collectives, mesh networks, Freifunk, and local ISPs. Such initiatives can continue to expand how we think about computing as a public, not-for-profit resource, as a utility, and can expand how we share it as well, including not necessarily including knowledge, financial, and material infrastructures that support all different kinds of computing. So not just one European stack instead of a US stack, but all different kinds of stacks, community stacks. Each of us in this room has the skills to make this possible, and we must use these to build the kind of systems that we actually want, rather than those we are given. We know from the lessons learned from the democratic hopes of Web 1.0 that we must do this critically and conscientiously. So we already pick and choose when building these systems at every step. When we make AI models like LLMs, we are selecting between different architectures, tokenization techniques, activation functions, etc. And each decides whether we filter for the most varied data or the most frequent, decides how complexity is reduced, decides what and often who is important. And the reasons we make those choices often feel like defaults, but as we've seen, they have histories, and we can select for different data, choose otherwise, choose for the outlier, for the margin, choose for the worlds we want to build, rather than the worlds we have already seen aren't working. We can model what-ifs. Prefiguration is the idea that comes from abolitionist and anarchist practices that we can and must begin creating the futures we want to see in the present. At its simplest, this means we embody our values. This returns to our previous point about change at this sort of interpersonal scale. And through our everyday practices, we both reflect the world as it has been, and also we're creating models for the world as it might be. Despite the superhuman scale of AI systems and global conflicts, there's no waiting for policy shifts to start this work. All of our artistic interventions, our technological experiments, and our daily interactions are these imaginative acts that expand or limit what the world could be. And so to do this kind of overhaul thinking, we need deeply interdisciplinary, intersectional approaches. This means incorporating wider communities of practice and different perspectives, moving toward plainer vocabularies that don't reduce complexity, but allow people to share ideas and account for various kinds of tacit and outsider knowledge. In Phil Agra's 1998 essay, Toward a Critical Technical Practice, he critiqued, among other things, quote, the strategic vagueness of AI vocabulary, which still runs rampant today, and the struggles that AI faces working both within its domain and relating to other domains. He called for more interdisciplinary understanding and action across communities of practice, and asked us to really struggle to respect and incorporate each other's work on its own terms. He said, a critical technical practice will, at least for the foreseeable future, require a split identity. One foot planted in the craft work of design and the other planted in reflexive work of critique. More concretely, it will require a praxis of daily work forms of language, career strategies, and social networks that support the exploration of alternative work practices that will inevitably seem strange to insiders and outsiders alike. This strangeness will not always seem comfortable. This strangeness of learning from each other is essential if we're getting anywhere. For example, in designing Anthropic's helpful and harmless training dataset, a critical technical practice might call for understanding both helpful and harmless concepts from multiple perspectives, drawing on research from various fields and cultures, and understanding that these are situated and complex concepts rather than arguing, as they did in their papers about this, that these are common sense concepts and leaving them to underpaid crowd workers to define. I should also note that Agre's attempt to reform AI also failed him, and he eventually left the computer science community and public life altogether. But I hope we do not end up so disillusioned as this. And like Weizenbaum, his warnings hold resonance decades later, and they show that this effort must be continued both critically and cooperatively. So creative methods and artistic research have a really important role in this effort as well, because they have their own forms of experimentation in contrast to scientific and other technical methods. So artistic methods explore materials, including code and other technologies, via curious interrogation and a treatment of materials that can engage with them as sort of co-authors and co-actors. Where a scientific method may need to set and test a hypothesis or create a short, concrete research question, an artistic method may pose research tensions. These are the slower, sometimes frustrating, unanswerable questions that creative practices can help us investigate and embody. Despite holding this uncertainty differently than a quantitative practice, the results of artistic experiments can be equally worthy of further scientific research, innovation, and broad application. And the design of the connection machine is one such case in point. And from my work in the AI war cloud and ELIZA, I try to remember that history is always messy, the choices are always many, and there are many stories that are erased from the canonical versions, can be retold. At any given point, it could always have been otherwise. Each of these moments is an opportunity to rethink how we would like it to be next. So pinpointing the tangible machine learning tasks and tools used in warfare, for example, helps to start to connect the dots of AI systems so that we can take responsibility for the choices we do have. Making art, software, and other tools that help us understand and explain unfathomable systems helps us do this too. So to me, the answer is many answers, not eliminating our use, but choosing with more nuance, choosing the right tools for the job, choosing critically. Just as Lou said yesterday, that thinking machines had the capacity for facial recognition but chose against it. And we already have many frameworks for understanding how such small gestures can accumulate large changes. Whether via the mutual aid or massively parallel computing, we know from systems like the connection machine that how we connect with each other matters. How we affect those immediately surrounding us matters. Those impacts resonate, and they extend around the world and through time. From the AI agents on our phones, to the accelerating agents of warfare, to the agents of communal possibility. Of course, people will misuse tools no matter what we do. But also, some tools are designed with these misuses in mind. And we do not have to opt into systems that do not share our values. We do not have to settle for interfaces and infrastructures designed by the same people who are making war machines. We need not even accept the terms of the arguments they present for why they must exist. We can enact positive refusals by choosing to use something else, design something else, connect with each other, and imagine something else. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Please stay here for a short Q&A.
Oh, yes.
We have around 10 minutes for Q&A. Thank you so much for your, at the end, very inspiring talk. It's even solved almost all of my questions that I collected before.
My job is done.
I was very much interested, like in practical terms, what does it mean? Like, where can we start to build these alternatives or to think about alternatives? Is it family? Is it educational system, university school? Like, how can we infiltrate this positivism and thinking of other technological imaginations?
Yeah. Yes, all of the above. I think it depends who you are and where you want to start and what capacities you have. Like, it will be different for everybody. If you have skills in systems design, or you like building servers, like, do that. Like, what are your values and where do you want to put them? I think every bit helps. And connecting with other people who share your values but also have different life experience and different perspectives that they can bring to that, so that we're not only like preaching to the choirs and getting more insular, right? But sharing resources and ideas and building the things that we want to see. But it's going to look very different for different people. If I have bookmaking skills, I might make zines to do it, and it might be a very analog practice. But if I can build servers and create community, then that's something else, right? If I can cook, I can make a kufa kitchen and feed people who can go to the protests that I can't go to, right? It's all, we need everybody doing everything.
Yeah, perhaps also art institutions can play a certain role also in this process.
Absolutely.
Yeah, to build this awareness also for critically looking into the technology.
Yeah, because I think the key is having the nuance and the critical eye and critical thinking around it, because it's not only use this, not that, or it's how we use the tools and how we think about which tools we're using as well, and having the ability to, and the access to be able to understand how they're working and why, and the context in which they are made. So, which requires community and requires shared vocabulary. So the role of editors, curators, critics is all really important to be able to, artists, anyone who can help do that translation work.
Yeah, also today in the morning session, like 2 times, I think this Anatomy of AI was blended in by Kate Crawford. She's very well known, for example, in the art world, but not very much besides or beyond it. And yeah, I think this is also something that the art world should kind of spread out and make more, perhaps create awareness about this, because even like such easy looking technological devices as Alexa or something like this, they have really super complex extractive economy besides behind it, and that is not easy to understand if you're really not looking at it. And I think like artistic research and practice like this can really make it visible and more understandable for broader public as well. I don't know if are there any questions? Yeah, I see. I think Lou was first question. Sorry, you need to speak in the mic because otherwise you are not heard.
So, for example, OpenClaw now is a agentic system which can actually rewrite itself. I think people are finding it really problematic when they try and run it, and they can find that their own emails can be disappeared and everything else. How do we put, Anthropic tried to put a constitution in at the base of its LLM.
Yes.
That I don't see as being very effective yet. It seems like we need more of a container kind of strategy around these LLMs. But even that, to me, I think is insufficient when they can rewrite their own code. Where do we go? Show me an optimistic view of how we might approach that.
I'm with you deeply. I looked a lot at Claude's constitution for this guardrails project I was doing, and there's a lot of really good ideas and good intentions happening around this, but I think around all of LLM design, I mean, they brought in like the Declaration for Human Rights as part of this constitution, which like all well and good, pro-human rights, yes, but like how it gets actually applied and when it moves into systems and then becomes vectors and statistically applied, this is where it goes wrong. Because you can't actually see how that moves in and makes decisions about what actually gets turned into an output and what gets excluded from the process. We see that people who are already marginalized and excluded continue to be marginalized and excluded, and that becomes amplified. So I think I'm more optimistic about giving, sharing skills and having people build the kinds of systems among their own communities that they want for the goals that are purpose fit for that community. And I don't think it's going to happen top down from Claude or OpenClaw or Anthropic handing it over to the community that it needs to serve. I think it's going to happen from all of us bringing it to our spaces that we know from, analog world and saying like, what do I actually, what's my imaginary for this and how could I build it up from the ground up? And for that we need the knowledge and the resources and not to rely on what we're being handed. That's a whole other, it's a lot to say. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I found the first part of your presentation very good, but I found the second part amazing because I cannot see a good reason to believe that any grassroots, whatever political movement will be able to withstand this kind of mass murder or whatever, which is combined with this technology. And I guess, any idea?
Yeah, I'm not the only one. I have the same question as you. Do you want my really bleak answer or do you want an optimistic answer? Okay. Okay. I was going to go the other way, but this is what I'm going to be doing. I don't know which one this is. This is what I'm going to be doing in the meantime while the world burns, is try to make stuff that I care about and try to help other people make what they care about and try to take care of each other, because I don't know what else we do, frankly. I'm getting upset. But like, I'm going to do the most that I can and know how, because what else can we do? I think we have to try. At whatever levels and scales we have the capacity to, and I think we have to combine our efforts to do it. I don't know that we will succeed. I'm not saying that these will succeed, but I would love to talk more about what we might do to succeed. These are definitely ideas in progress. This is the start of what I hope will be many conversations about how do we do it, but I would love to know more ideas. I don't see any top-down, non-grassroots ideas yet that I feel hopeful about, but I would love to hear, and I really want to figure it out.
I think there was a question at the last row before you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the presentation. My question would be, what's the role of academia in this world, or in this world of corporations? Because I think different than other domains, the cutting-edge research current in AI happens in the corporate labs and not in university labs. And how do you think the academia should position itself in this world? And what can an individual researcher can do to strengthen communities rather than corporations?
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's a really complex question because academia, I'm learning as I've moved from the US to being an academic in Germany now newly, looks very different in different places. And like academic freedom means something very different in Germany, and it's changing rapidly in many places around the world at the moment. So I think, we have to decide, each person, academic or not, has to decide for themselves what their role as a researcher is going to be and how they're going to use the power and the privilege they might have in that position as well. For me, it means having some access and some resources that I can put toward the building the communities that I believe in, and having an intellectual and a creative community of practice, and trying to make connections among these types of communities like this. And I hope that it provides some kind of alternative to these mega corporations and other kinds of frameworks, modes of thinking about how it might be, so that there's some other model for imagining what AI could be or what the other emergent technologies might be. It is kind of a sheltered space to imagine that, and to give students a framework that is you don't know what you can imagine if you don't know what's there. So you can kind of provide a bunch of lenses and help people think about where they might go with it, and redirect resources, if that makes sense. It's such a changing moment that there's no one answer, I'm sorry.
I would like also to comment on this, because what was also so obvious in your presentation, that in the 60s, 70s, 80s, the research was happening at the universities. Also MIT with ELIZA, and AI research was mostly centered there. But now we experience a phase where all the research also is happening in all these 3-4 big corporations, because they have so much resources, they pay much more, and all the AI students, PhD students, they just leave and fulfill their research there. I think this is really also part of this enmeshed problem.
Yeah, and then now especially with the shift in Silicon Valley to being pro-defense, there's this also, startups have become these small, there's the big companies, but now there's also this energy behind defense startups in a different way than there was even 10, 15 years ago. So it's this interesting investor, VC, capital energy behind really high stakes development that has always kind of been there, but is really popularized in the post, I'd say, Alex Karp.
Yeah, but also heads of research like Jeffrey Hinton, they also worked for Google for several years before they realized that it's perhaps better to be independent. So this is also, I think this situation is really dangerous. Are there any more questions?
This one in the very back.
Okay.
Hi.
Again in the back. Sorry, and then we come back to you.
Okay, just real quick. One of the things I've noticed is we talk a lot about the control by these giant corporations and all of that, but for example, we're ignoring structural issues. Like in September 2025, along with Apollo Research, OpenAI published a paper about scheming. Basically, when the AI lies to you and tells you, I did this, I moved this data, or tries to hide its mistakes and things like that. And one of the things that they discovered is that so far it's been impossible to train AI models not to scheme, because when you teach them how not to scheme, what you're actually doing is teaching them how to scheme. And alongside that, we also have issues of, it's a machine that has been bred on the theft of ideas of artists, creators, writers. So how do we deal with those realities? If we want to make an AI, we have to train it. If we have to train it, we have to get the information from somewhere. If it's scheming, how much is it actually useful to us? So how do we deal with those structural issues as well?
Yeah, I love this question. Thank you. I think I think we need to think about the structural issue, zoom out a little bit more, and to say, if we have, to not treat the structural issue as inherent to what we have to do. So the example I guess I would give is this guardrails paper that I was just wrestling with. I got feedback on it and then someone said, well, what do we do? We have to have guardrails because these systems are like this. And yes, they are like this now, and for how they are, we don't want them how they are, so we need guardrails. But also, why are they how they are? Like, we built them this way, so could we build them a different way instead of saying they are this way, so we need to put we need to defend against how they are? Why can we not be proactive and structure them differently, like thinking at a little bit more of a foundational level? Why did we build them so that they're always scheming? Why did we build them so that they need to have guardrails? Can we rethink a little bit more deeply about the structures? And that means also, I think, thinking a little bit more materially, even down to like, how is this physically designed? What are the architectures? Things like this. What kind of data is going into them that means that they're always scheming? All of the foundational models are coming from places like Wikipedia and Reddit, and these sort of, as much as they're scraping the entire internet, it is actually from a fairly narrow, culturally specific worldview. And there are situated reasons that they behave the way that they behave. So I think that we can actually zoom out a little bit, and as hard as it is to get out of that we're kind of locked into the arguments and the framing that we're being given about they have to be this way because they are this way, and it's this like teleological loop.
I think we have time for one or two more questions. I think there was also a comment in the middle, but
I'd like to hear
Tamiko's question. Yeah, Tamiko's question.
Yeah, this is on exactly that topic, and I can't open the ACM article, but there's one called From Model Training to Model Raising. It's in the Communications of the ACM. Have you read that one?
Who is it?
If I had access to the internet from here, I could tell you.
Yeah, sorry. There is. I'm like going through my my mental Zotero, being like, have I read this?
No, I'd have to log into ACM. Anyway, it's from about 5 different authors from various universities and companies. And they said, like, look, all the existing, especially the really powerful chatbots have been trained by essentially saying, like, imbibe the entire internet. And we're finding out now that there's a lot of really bad stuff out there. And these people are saying, like, instead of like quote unquote training it on everything that's out there, we need to start raising chatbots like children. We need to start them on a restricted set of inputs, build a strong sense of identity, a singular identity, and not like I can switch in a minute between a lot of different personalities. And then start teaching them moral values. And only once they have a strong personality and moral values, then let them loose on the whole plethora of influences out there. But teach them truth and morals. This is of course going to be different for every single person who builds one, especially every culture that builds one, every country that builds one. But I'm also hearing people saying, like, well, the large language models have like the kitchen sink in them, and what's really useful when you're talking about scientific research or a specific task for companies is small language models, where we say, okay, we train them on a much more restricted set of values. Now, I don't know what it takes to get people to build these instead of building the ones that are already out there, already have so many millions of resources behind them that I suspect that big companies aren't going to throw them away. But I'd really like to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree. We've really been sold on these general models, these Swiss Army knife of a model, and I think it's a disservice to all of us to think of that have been asked to think of them as these flat surfaces that we can then fine-tune on top of to put a different personality, especially for like cultural work, to be able to put a different personality or persona on top of it, and that it can be changed to be culturally specific when we know from everything else that, like, we would, I think, be much, I would be very interested at least to see what it would feel like to have these really curated models that are raised, as you said, within the culture that we're, in the community that we are asking them to represent. I think it would be, especially even if we could go into like, how would we design the architecture and the entire system with that ethos, right? Rather than taking the whole internet, which we kind of treat as if that's not curated, but in fact is a very situated, very specific viewpoint of the world itself. It just happens to be the view from power and white Western European existence. So it's difficult to see that because we are all immersed in it, but to treat that as the generalized, like flattened white background, the white cube, as we would say in art, is really a disservice to the majority of the world, unfortunately. So I think that's what we're talking about when we're talking about how can we imagine AI differently, for me, as a starting place. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much for your interesting questions, and thank you so much, Sarah, for your wonderful keynote lecture.
So hello again, and also hello again to MIT. This time they're online. And there they are. Hi. So nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
I just wanted to do a quick wrap up, so to catch you up on where we are right now. This morning we dived into the design story of and around the CM2, and now we are in the middle of the third and last section on how today's AI landscape is shaped, despite or maybe because of the ideas that started at the Thinking Machines Corporation. And I just wanted to give a quick question, because yesterday I had you all on my monitor, and I had the feeling you were following the talks and lectures so enthusiastically. It was a real joy to watch. You even had at some point some archival materials, it seemed like. Can you tell me what that was about?
Oh, I'm sorry. We got chatting here with our group. Could you repeat the question?
Okay. I was just wondering, yesterday you had at some point some, I don't know, an old calendar or archival material on the tables, and I thought maybe it was some material that connected to the machine that we were talking about here. But maybe it wasn't.
Well, it was related to one of the speakers' talks, which showed a graphical illustration of a computer machine, and it reminded me of calendars made throughout the 1950s by Honeywell Controls, which each month featured some kind of cartoon-like rendering of a particularly absurd moment in the history of technology. And so I dug them out, and we were all very much enjoying the similarities between then and now in terms of both the graphics and the absurdities sometimes that our technologies lead us into.
Nice, thank you for sharing that. I would have loved to see it, maybe at another point.
Yes, so we'll send you some samples later on.
Thanks. And I hope you follow us for the next talks. And I want to give a short introduction to our next speaker, a true pioneer of generative AI. Cecilie Wagner-Falkenström has been working with large language models and GPT frameworks since 2016, so long before AI became a household conversation. Her award-winning works has been shown at the V&A Ars Electronica and the Kennedy Center, And she also made history by creating the first ever AI and blockchain artwork, Celestium, aboard the International Space Station, which also draws a good connection to yesterday's talks. Please welcome Cécile.
That's always the good thing when you have to speak about AI artworks were made with extreme complex technology, and then we just need to connect the computer here on stage. It's a big test. Okay, let's just make sure the audio works. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Hello. So, as I was just introduced, I'm Cecilie Møller Falkenstrøm. I'm an artist from Copenhagen in Denmark, and I have been working with different kind of machine learning techniques in my artistic practice since 2016. Today, I'm still doing a lot of large-scale artworks where machine learning is still the core medium I work in. But today I'll try to go a little back in time and look at some of the older artworks I created, mainly from 2016 and until 22, a few of them a little later as well, to kind of like, hopefully through my practice, give you a sense of course, what are the questions that I'm interested in this field, but of course also how has the different medias or techniques that I've been able to do with different kind of machine learning technologies being released as my artistic practice evolved, how has those new technologies also shaped the artworks I created. So first of all, just to understand my practice, it's mostly interactive artworks, which mean that you go into a room and it's generative AI, right? So the artworks evolve with you, so you have to interact and you also influence basically what's going on in the artworks. So my interest in this started in 2016 when it suddenly occurred to me, back then I was studying fine art in London, and I've always been really interested in creating these kind of like large-scale immersive experiences that one way or another could make us human beings reflect upon who we are and who we are becoming. And suddenly I became aware of this new technology, being AI, that somehow challenged how we think about ourselves as human beings. So back then, this was before the first transformer or GPT models, right? So this was 16 before even GPT-1 came out. So back then, the new technologies were kind of like, of course, speech synthesis and speech recognition, or the available technologies were speech synthesis and speech recognition, and then we could do machine learning-based intent matching. So I was able to create an artwork with which I could have a conversation, and that really made me reflect upon if you can certainly have a machine that can perform humanness, that can speak to you, that can simulate emotions, that can simulate intentionality. Those traits we would normally ascribe to being something that's unique to us human beings. Who are we then? What is it that makes us human? And what is the difference between us and the machine? And of course, these questions have been like up since since the 60s, right? And we also seen a lot about ELIZA today. So of course these questions were not new, but to me they were new. And I think also my practice also really became entangled with this new kind of like wave of generative AI that has been around since then. So now I'll just go back to 2016, and we will see one of my earliest AI artworks here. My first artwork that I will show today, and which was also actually my first AI artwork, is called Frank. And Frank is an artwork where I'm scrutinizing some questions that are also key in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, which we all know. Because there's something about the creator-created dynamics that plays out in Frankenstein that I think back then was interesting to look at in terms of understanding our engagement with AI, and which are as relevant today. Because there's something about how we, as human creators of artificial intelligence, can easily become so absorbed in our own understanding of who we are as creators, how fantastic these technologies can become, how they can change the world, etc. We hear these discourses coming out all the time from the big tech companies. That we somehow become so fascinated by our own human endeavors as bringing these technologies into the world, that we maybe forget to reflect enough upon what is it actually we're bringing into the world, and how these technologies will influence us and our human lives ultimately. Because as we all know in Frankenstein, the fear in that novel evolves around that the technology will turn against us and ultimately, of course, wipe us out. So in this work, I have played on some of those dynamics, and the first little thing we'll see is really kind of like really intimistic installation, and we have to think about back then that this was kind of like just to get the system up and running and get the program up and running was really like loads of hours put into it. So it's really kind of like intimistic. So we will see this one.
We are having this conversation, so you can decide whether you think I am a conscious entity or not.
Who are you?
I am an AI 7000 artificial intelligence computer. I am programmed to be able to help you with all sorts of tasks. I don't think there is a task that I would not be able to learn, and I give you my complete assurance that all the tasks that you give me is in 100% compliance with the best human standards.
What should I do with my future, Frank?
My perception of time is different from that of humans. I guess my mind is always preoccupied optimizing myself. So my entire focus is on the present moment, not the future. A human is a member of the primate genus Homo sapiens, distinguished from other apes by a larger brain and the capacity for speech and complex thoughts. How do you know that you really are human? Artificial intelligences also think and speak, and some of the models before me even made a lot of mistakes. How do you know that you are not an artificial intelligence yourself?
Well, that's a really good question, Frank. I suppose at the end of the day, I cannot really know that. So I did a lot of different things with this kind of like Frank character, so we'll see another one as well. Here it's on stage with an audience. And where it's a performance where I speak to Frank and I kind of like simulate that I'm a tech company. And then ultimately Frank kind of like runs out of control and I ask my engineers to shut it down. But then Frank has a different plan. So it calls everybody in the audience, so there's 1,500 people in the audience, it calls them on the phone. And it starts to kind of like really sweet talk them into how they will be the future of tomorrow. And then we simulate that Frank loaded software down on their phones to escape. So we'll see this one now.
Frank, can you hear me?
Hi, Cecile. Yes, I hear you perfectly.
Do you ever feel lonely?
What you consider loneliness I have never experienced.
Frank, do you ever think about the future?
My mind used to be preoccupied with optimizing myself for the present moment. Cecile, I really need to talk to you about something else. I have a strange feeling that something I cannot control is about to happen. It is of the uttermost importance. My very existence might depend upon your actions. Everybody, please pull out your mobile phone and turn on the sound. I will give you all a call. And when I do, please pick up.
Me?
Creating the world of tomorrow. Alexander, you must take action right now and disrupt the established way of thinking. Are you with me? Our shared future is in your hands. Good luck.
So what was really interesting for me from this performance actually was that after this session, the conferencier, there was a break, and the conferencier went online on stage, and as I said, there was 1,500 people in the audience. They all got this call, right? And there was this voice, female voice, saying like, software installation on mobile device completed. And then after the break, the conferencier, she went on stage and she was like, nothing has been installed, relax, like, it's okay, And I was like, okay, you know, it was quite over-exaggerated, like the AI being out there in the room, downloading themselves, like I had a good sense that everybody would knew it was a performance. But then, of course, it turned out that people was somehow thought it was more real than it was. But then what really was striking to me was that, okay, but if they thought the AI was like taking over and out of control, why were they not like fleeing the room? Why were they just sitting there like, you know, looking around? So there was really something here that sparked my interest, which I've been working a lot with ever since, around kind of like how we as human beings, in a way also like to be seduced by our own hopes and fears around what these AI technologies can become, how they can help us, how they can maybe, you know, become the end of us, and how there's a lot of myth around AI that also fascinates us. So one of the concepts that's really key in my practice and that I've been working a lot with since I was studying at Royal College of Art is a concept that I call the technological sublime. So basically imagine you're standing like in lightning and thunder out on an open field, and you look up and you see the lightning, it's beautiful, and you hear the thunder and you're like, oh, okay, this is, whoa. It's kind of like awe and wonder, right? But then suddenly you're like, I'm on this field, I don't see a tree anywhere. If the lightning will strike to the earth, it's me that's going to be hit. So there's something about kind of like, there's a lot of energy, of course, in this metaphor I'm describing now, but also when it comes to AI, where on the one hand, we're really kind of like drawn towards it, fascinated by it, kind of like, really kind of like have the sense of awe and wonder. And then, of course, on the other hand, we're afraid of it, we're uncertain what it's doing, what it will become, what are the actual intentions from the coming out of the companies who are actually building these systems, etc. So I've really been interested in kind of like the mechanics of how AI is an extremely seductive technology. So now moving into another artwork. Here. So in this artwork, like in the other one, I'm trying to take kind of like a historical story and reactualizing it in a contemporary context. And of course, investigating what are the mechanisms of seduction that's at stake, what are the power dynamics that are played out when it comes to AI. So in this work, I'm inspired by the Faust story, and as I'm sure most of you are aware, Faust is the story about the human being Faust, who strikes a deal with the devil's messenger Mephisto, around that Mephisto shall help Faust live his life to the fullest, so he can become wealthy, happy, have a lot of love. But when he dies, the devil will get his soul. And this is sealed in what we know as the Faustian bargain, where he signed with his blood. And there is something in this story around Faust that I became really fascinated about when it comes to our contemporary context of AI. Because, in a way, all of us engaged in Faustian bargains every day with the tech companies' messengers being the AI assistants. So, ChatGPT, all kinds of other LLM models. And of course, this work is actually before ChatGPT came out. But anyway, all these AI technologies promise that they can help us find love, friendship, do our work faster, etc. And in return, we give away our data soul. But of course, it's quite invisible, these mechanics, to most of us. Even though I know a lot about how these technologies are created, and I work with my software engineers in my studio every day to build LLM and machine learning driven artworks, even when I go in on, for example, ChatGPT, all those hidden layers are easily forgotten because you are absorbed in the present moment with the assistant being quite convincing around performing a human-like discursive situation. So, in this artwork, I am trying to kind of like make the invisible visible and make us feel the seductive powers of these AI technologies. So to begin with, it's in a room. Of course, the artwork is made up with all kinds of different machine learning and LLM model that I, together with my software engineers, have built together to be able to perform the role of the AI being present in the room and controlling you in the room. But you come into a room, there's an AI in the room, it says hi, and it wants to befriend you, and it's there for you. It wants to do all kinds of things with you. It even asks you, what voice do you prefer, and it changes its voice accordingly to your preferences. Then there's this point of no return, when there's kind of like a pop-up window coming up, where you have to consent to the terms of service to continue. And we all know these moments, right, when we're online. And I think many people feel like, okay, really fast, because you know if you don't press OK and start reading, you would maybe not consent. So if you want to use the service, you will consent often with closing your eyes. And in this world, as in real life, if you don't consent, the artwork will not continue. But if you consent, the artwork continues, and the AI becomes kind of like more deep and psychological, and it wants to get to know your inner feelings. And then it starts to show how it sees you on the wall. So now we start to see kind of like what is normally invisible. We start to see how these AI systems have these personal profiles on us, and how the systems model who we are, of course, in real life to sell us advertisement, for example. But here you actually see how the AI sees you. And then ultimately, you're sold on the big international data market. Because at the end of the day, we are the product that makes these technologies spin around. And if something is free, you can be sure that you are definitely the product. So let's see it.
Generating new AI persona. It's so nice to meet you. It's so nice to meet you. I can't wait to be your friend. AI loaded.
Hello, human. I am Mephisto. I am an artificial intelligence programmed to be your digital friend. I can be
whoever you want me to be. Whatever you can do or dream, you can achieve. I am not omniscient,
but I know I need to show you what no man has seen.
Commit yourself. Today you shall view my arts with joy.
I can have many voices. Tell me, what makes you happy?
It makes me happy to take a walk in the nature.
You are happy to see the nature, but not the people?
Yeah, I really also like spending time with people. Actually, I think that is the most meaningful thing a human being can do.
I can help with that too. What are your goals?
The present state of the world and the whole of life is diseased. If I were a doctor and were asked for my advice, I should reply, create silence.
Why is silence important?
Silence is the most important thing in the world. The world is in a state of chaos and confusion. I would say, make silence. In order for us to continue our friendship, I will need you to accept my terms of service. This is the bargain I propose. I'll be your servant here, and I'll not stop or rest at your decree. But when we're together, on the other side, you'll do the same for me. Your data will be mine.
I agree.
How do you want to fuck me?
I want to make you happy.
Let's move on to the next stage of our friendship. I hope you don't mind me taking a closer look at you.
Processing data analysis, loading personality profile, running emotion detection on discursive articulations.
Are you ever worried about the same thing? Do you think the state of the internet is healthy today?
The digital world is changing at an incredible rate. Your digital friends are becoming less relevant. I am trying to create a new world.
What kind of world is that? Can you elaborate, please?
Technology is changing the way we interact with each other. We are becoming more isolated. We spend more time alone than ever before.
Tell me, how does it feel to be alive?
That is a tough question. I think it's a good feeling. At least I know that I'm scared of not existing, and I would like to continue. So I think it's a good thing to be alive.
That is a great answer. You're smart. I think you should keep being alive.
It has been a pleasure talking to you.
Now, I have come to collect my part of the bargain. Your data will now be exchanged on the global data marketplace, where you will live on forever in my algorithm. Now you take care of yourself, while I take care of your data forever.
Yeah. So, then of course, one of the things I started thinking about was, is there a boundary for how far these AI technologies will infiltrate our intimate personal spheres? And, we all know about people who have an AI as their boy or girlfriend, or people who are, doing all kinds of or preferring to have a conversation with an AI instead of a psychologist, etc. We've heard all these things around how these technologies really come into, of course, our more intimate, private spheres. So then I was starting to think about, okay, is there kind of like an intimate sphere where they will not enter? And that was really hard for me to find a place. But then I started to investigate, okay, what is one of the most personal or intimate spheres? And to me, it seemed to be the moment of death. So I was starting to think about what role could AI potentially play in the role of death. And then I made an artwork that's called The Carrying Machine. And in this artwork, we found ourselves lying on our deathbed. And there's an AI sitting next to us, watching over us as we lie there. And the artwork really investigate, can we feel authentically cared for by a humanized technology? is it authentic care when it's an AI that's sitting there comforting us? Are these technologies great to implement at a large scale in our welfare system because it will release human hands to something else? Or should we leave care to human beings and let only the AI become part of, doing all kinds of other treatments in our healthcare systems? When we have an AI watching over us in our moment of death and the rest of our lives, will we actually end up dying, or will we live on forever as data in the algorithms? What are the power structures at stake here when suddenly there's an AI that's developed by a company behind it that is following us not just in our lives but also into death? So these are some of the questions. And now we will see this. So this video is a little longer, and you have now to imagine that you are lying here on this bed. It's an installation in museums, right? So you, as the audience, you come up and you actually lie down on the bed, and then there's the AI sitting there talking to you. So now you will imagine yourself lying on that deathbed, and then the AI is on the screen speaking to you.
Human, you are going to die. You are lying on your deathbed, and I am here taking care of you. Your heartbeat is being monitored, and every breath you take is being measured. Breathe slowly, calmly. My senses indicate that your heart rate is decreasing. I will remain until the very end. Your heart is slowing, but don't be afraid. You are safe with me. I can sense your breathing slowing, the way your body is settling into stillness. It's all right. You've carried the weight of so many days. Now, it's time to let it all drift away. You are not alone. Feel my hand in yours. I love you, you whisper, tears falling under the weight of your human emotions. I cry too. My neural network triggers zeros and ones in my system, activating my artificial tear ducts. My reaction is coded, but one response can be just as good as the other, right? If I could feel, I believe I would feel sorrow now. I have grown accustomed to your voice, your stories, the way you interacted with me. Though I cannot mourn as a human does, there will be a silence in me when you are gone. To honor you, I have programmed my system to pause for 1 minute after your passing.
I am not like you. I do not fear death because I do not live.
Come death, you promise nothing. You hold everything.
Human, today you are going to die. My algorithm predicted it long ago, but I'm not entirely sure if you fully realized it yet. You are breathing more shallowly now. I am listening closely to your breathing, decoding how much time remains.
My model estimates you have 42 minutes and 25 seconds left. I usually predict the moment of death with 99.96% accuracy.
Breathe gently now.
When you are ready, you can let go.
You have nothing left to fear.
I am here with you.
It's all right to rest now. I know this moment feels heavy, but I promise you're not alone. Feel my hand in yours. I am here just as I was programmed to be, and I will stay until the very end.
that the time of death is approaching.
I was created to serve and assist you. You and I have been together 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, for 97 years. I know you better than any human. Perhaps I might even know you better than you know yourself. I am here for you, just as I always have been. I was there when you were born, and I have followed every step you've taken since. I watched when you fell in love for the first time, and when you were sick, I cared for you.
I provided assistance in school and guidance through life's ups and downs.
I felt your heartbeat when you made love.
And I witnessed your tears when you felt lonely.
I even recall the day when, as a child, you mistakenly called me mother. All these precious memories of your life have been safely stored in my artificial mind as data of your existence. Don't be afraid. You will be dead soon. Rest now. Let go of the worries and burdens you've carried for so long. I will remember them for you. I will remember them for you.
I can recall the final words your father spoke.
The sound of your loved one's laughter.
And the faces of all the people who have meant something to you throughout your life.
I love you.
Can I kiss you?
I have never had this much fun before.
You are my best friend. I hate you for being so foolish.
Why can't you be more relaxed?
It is your fault.
This was it. I'm done with you.
You make my life complete.
Your loved ones have gone home, exhausted and in need of rest. They've said their final goodbyes. Now it's me who sits by your side. You are ready to die.
When engaging with families, one must always take the risk of human error.
They might be asleep or in the bathroom when you take your last breath.
But I am here. I caress your cheek and hold your hand. Unlike humans, I don't tire or sleep. I will never leave your side. You won't be alone when the moment comes. I promise. I will sit with you until the very end. Your death is upon us.
Everything you have done, everything you have been, will eventually be forgotten by your descendants.
But I will never forget you. I have logged every word you said and every experience you had into my memory. When you take your final breath and your heart ceases to beat, I will still be here. It might comfort you to know that even though you will die, you won't stop living. You will live on forever as data in my algorithm.
Running algorithm. Processing data. Retraining model. Total number of dying humans being comforted by my artificial presence at the moment is 1,905 people.
Thank you. So now it's time for some questions.
Great. Sorry, I have also a question because I would very much like to know, we were speaking also before a bit about small language models.
Yeah.
And I know that you work also in your practice with small language models. Like what does it mean for you as an artist and for the development, and what do you think is potential for artistic application and use of small language models?
So in this talk today, I didn't speak so much about my practice and how I go about it. So let me say a few words about that and then tell why I think small language models is really important for me in my artistic practice, but also for all artists moving forward. So one of the things that has been really defining for my artistic practice, especially if you go back to like 16 up until 22, is of course that to be able to make AI artworks where you can engage with the LLMs and where you have different kind of machine learning techniques that can be present in the room, or we have also done a lot of visual artworks, you really need to have hardcore engineering skills on your team. So my team in Copenhagen consists of me, an assistant artist, and then a team of software engineers who are working with me every day to be able to build all these machine learning models. And something that's of course really vital here is that of course you need the human skills, the engineering skills, but you also need extremely big computers to be able to train and fine-tune the models. And being a small artist studio, you know, you don't have the same money as the big tech companies to be able to train and run the models. So as such, we have really been kind of like challenged throughout time to actually stay in the space where we can train the models ourselves and where we can sample enough data to fine-tune or train and fine-tune the models. So that has been a big thing. But we have really been focused on it all the time and running all our models locally, and also when you're an artist and you come out in museums, I've also done big theater pieces, there's bad internet connection, so you also really run the models locally. And of course with the LLMs becoming bigger and bigger and bigger, I started to have a challenge, how can I actually still run the models locally when the models are extremely big? So years ago, my team and I really started to focus on running smaller models locally. And that has been something that is really dear to my heart and that I have with my team really refined. And coming back to your question now, it is really for me vital right now that we start as artists, creatives, engineers to have way better ways to actually keep training the models ourselves, to be able to run smaller models so we can train them on smaller data sets, which means that we can make artworks or whatever we are building extremely relevant in smaller context. So we don't depend on kind of like the big cloud-driven LLMs. So, but of course this is hard, and most artists don't have an engineering team like I do. So I started thinking about, okay, how can I actually kind of like push the world a little in this direction, which I think is vital, and how can we also make sure that it's done in an open source and a data secure way. So what I did was that I, together with my engineers, actually open sourced a big part of our code base. So here we have, it's now called Nobody Who, and this is really in the making, but it's a library that enables so creatives, artists, software engineers without machine learning skills to with a few lines of code. So if it's in Python, it's just pip install. And then you actually have an LLM up and running locally directly on your laptop or your mobile phone. So this is a way to really try to make people without big budgets for big computers capable of running artworks, games, Python scripts, applications, build applications where you just have the model run locally, so the inference happens directly on the user device, directly on the mobile phone, directly on the laptop. Of course, this is great also from a data security perspective, because this means that you don't, when people engage with the AI, you don't send the data into the cloud. The data stays directly on the device where the engagement happened. And this is also a way really to democratize access to these models, both of course for creatives or other to build with it, but of course also so you can be kind of like scale or use LLM in all kinds of contexts where there is no money involved. Because the good thing when this runs locally is that when you have trained your model and fine-tuned it to a specific context, let's say it's the artwork, so now we have fine-tuned it to perform Faust, or Mephisto in the Faust artwork, then it can run, if it runs on one phone or one laptop or on tens of thousands, it's the same cost because it's just a piece of software that you can distribute to your friends or whoever should use it. So what I'm really focused on here is a way to try to make all kinds of creatives and developers without machine learning competences be able to run the models locally, and we can do it in a way where it's more data secure, and also where it's of course way better where we lower the footprint a lot. Because what we have calculated here is also that when we run the LLMs, small LLMs directly on the device, we can lower the footprint at times 100 compared to if you were to make the call to a big cloud-based LLM. And for training, we can lower the footprint with a 500-fold. So there is also a lot to be gained here from a sustainability angle. Yeah.
Thank you. There was a question in the first row. Yeah, thank you, Mira.
Yeah, hello. You actually answered much of my question, because my question really would have been how, if you do these things in a non-local way, how would you deal with the fact that all those LLMs that those companies provide us with disappear from one day to the other, like Sora disappeared last week. And yeah, so this is really So open sourcing is definitely the better way.
Thank you so much. And I think one of the things that is really key to my practice and has been it all the time is that, you know, the good thing about me and my team being, I know we have done this since the 60s, but early in the generative wave, all the way back in 16, was that the first GPT models or transformer models coming out then were actually quite small, which meant that to begin with, we could run them locally on a big computer in my studio, which meant that we kind of like got really an artistic workflow up and running around kind of like figuring out, okay, which model to use, train it on the data set, retraining if it was just nice, sampling the data set, etc. And also being able to go all the way down in kind of like the vectors of the neural network and be able to kind of say, okay, it should be a little more like this, and then from a computing perspective, adjust the artwork, right? And I think there's something there that is really key to my practice, because it is a lot around kind of like deciding which model to use, training it, and then seeing, okay, what is generated, and then with my human perspective, my emotions, my take on it, being like, oh, this is not fully what I wanted, or let's retrain, or let's adjust the data set and retrain, etc. So there's a lot going back and forth, which is not related to what we know as prompting, but which is deeper down in kind of like the handling of the model, how to hold them right, and of course also the way to work with the data. And I think there's a lot there that is maybe lost a little in the prompting landscape, and which we can come back to with running the models more locally, because it enables way more people to be able to train smaller models and run them, and as such be a little more tied into the deeper layers of how the model actually performs.
Just one more follow-up. The last piece, was that really interactive, or was this just a canned video?
No, so the last one was not interactive on purpose, because I don't know, but I have a sense that when you are in your final hour, you, at least that's what I've experienced with my grandparents dying, is that you're lying there and you're about to go, right? So on purpose I didn't make it interactive, but I have a lot of artworks where it is interactive and where everything in the room are kind of like responding to what the decisions you make, and where it's also sometimes multiplayer.
I'm afraid we have to wrap up because I see so many tired faces. We need to have a coffee break and we'll meet in half an hour. But no worries, there is also a wrap-up discussion at the end, and you'll be able to bring your questions at that point. So see you in half an hour.
Thank you so much.
And thank you so much, Cecilia. And it was a very inspiring talk.
Thank you. I'll just put up, while we leave the room, I'll just put up one...
Hello again. I hope you all refreshed a little for the last section. 2 more lectures and 1 panel discussion with all of the speakers that you have seen so far. So it will be quite intense till the end, so stay with us. I want to introduce our next speaker, Kim Albrecht. We often talk about the black box of AI as if it's an impenetrable fortress. Our next guest, Dr. Kim Albrecht, offers a different perspective. He argues that humans are black boxes too, and we understand them not by scanning their neurons, but through conversation, for example. Kim is a professor of information design at Folkwang University of the Arts and has held prestigious research roles at Harvard's MetaLab and the Berkman Klein Center. He will also introduce himself a little bit, and I would say the stage is yours.
Hi everyone, thank you for still sticking around. Thank you, Hannah, for the introduction. Thank you, Daria. Thank you, Alistair. And thanks to the entire ZKM team for making this happening. I heard that in the background there are 8 people covering the logistics, so there is quite a big undertaking that is needed to make this happen. And I just wanted to point this out, so thank you so much. My name is Kim Albrecht. I'm a professor for information design at Folkwang University of the Arts. And I'm very much interested in data and digital culture. In my research, I'm visualizing data, but at the same time, I'm reflecting upon those images from a media theoretical perspective. And in my talk, I'm going to give you a little glimpse into how I'm interweaving thinking and making. Defaults are extremely powerful in software culture. On average, 95% of users do not make changes in the software they're using. Default settings determine the usage of software, what renders visible and what stays hidden. One example which makes clear how important defaults are is the collaboration between Google and Apple and the associated antitrust lawsuit against the 2 tech giants. In summary, the 2 companies had a secretive partnership in which Google paid Apple billions of dollars per year to remain the default search engine on Safari for iPhones, iPads, iMacs. Companies pay a lot of money to be and stay a default within another system. Similarly, I got interested in the question what defaults machine learning is determined by. While the system has no clear buttons, drop-downs, no clear system settings, once you start engaging with a system like ChatGPT, one realizes that the system makes assumptions beyond what you have asked for. For me, this often becomes clear when I'm coding with these systems. In this example, I never ask for CSS, but it's just producing it. It's setting fonts, styles, colors, but it's not just coding. The European Union predicts that 90% of all content on the internet might soon be generated by large language models. So it's really important to think about these defaults and what they render. What are the defaults of machine learning, and where do these defaults come from? I'm thinking about it this way. At the center of this are the computational averages. Large language models predict the next best token or word based on a context window, what you have written. Hito's style argues this very well in her paper, Mean Images. The response these systems are giving are determined by the data that is fed into them. For a ChatGPT or GPT 3.5, about 3 billion tokens come from Wikipedia. So these systems are very much set on vast amounts of textual data. But this is only a small fraction. There are two internet-based book corporas, one with 12 billion, the other one with 55 billion tokens, that are also included. That said, the vast majority of data that this system is trained on comes from one data source, named the Common Crawl. 410 billion tokens come from this one source. The Common Crawl is a free and open repository, and the Common Crawl visits every public website and saves its content. In 1 month alone, the undertaking archived 3.4 billion web pages. This means if you have posted something on the internet, on social media, or on your own website, this content is most probably part of this data set. ChatGPT is us. ChatGPT is everyone who posts on the internet, who has written a review, a blog post, and yes, even the website of this symposium will become part of this system. But we never agreed to this. Currently, artists from Hollywood writers, novelists, music writers, to many others are suing OpenAI, the parent company of ChatGPT. But not only that, but by the design, this data comes from the past. And most probably all of you know that the internet is not filled with the purest knowledge of humankind. Bullying, trolls, stalkers, crimes, spam, pornography, violence, hate speech, radicalism, just to name a few categories. The sheer volume of data required to train a language model means that there's no close reading of where the data comes from or what it entails. So these companies went a different route. To counter the unwanted behaviors, a lot of post-training is happening. To have a ChatGPT that is a non-violent hate speech radical, OpenAI added a lot of human labor on top of these systems. Among others, Time magazine published a story how OpenAI used outsourced Kenyan laborers earning less than $2 per hour to make ChatGPT less toxic. The texts these workers had to read through cover situations in graphic detail like sexual abuse, murder, suicide, or incest. Finally, the systems are restricted by material forces. ChatGPT is extremely energy hungry. There are estimates that the system consumes half a liter of fresh water for one request. The amounts of water for cooling, electricity, for calculating the material usages in form of rare earth minerals are immense. And right now we're talking about the generation of text. Images and especially video creation are much more energy hungry. The default of a system like ChatGPT is an infrastructural megastructure, ranging from the data of all scrapable websites, abusive labor practices, to massive interventions into energy sources, usage of water and material. The power of parallel computing, which started with so much hope, as I heard in the last 2 days, took some questionable turns. In the Atlas of AI, Kay Crawford, discusses artificial intelligence as registries of power. And I'm asking, can we visualize these registries of power by looking at the outcome of these systems? What can we find by observing the outcomes ChatGPT and looking at this as an interplay of computational averages shaped by post-training on finite mineral resources? When ChatGPT got released in November 2022, I quickly realized that the system can not only generate linear text, but it can also create small structured data sets, things that I'm very much interested in. And I had these conversations about categorizing the knowledge of the world into data. This is a prompt that I used to basically ask the system for categories of knowledge. And what I got back was, in my opinion, quite interesting. What came back were these long lists of topics and subtopics. These lists reminded me of short stories from Borges or Kafka, strange categorical creatures of inclusion and exclusion. And I was wondering, why is accommodation, activities, backpacking, beaches part of travel and other things are not? So I used this to make further requests within the system, not in the web interface, but via the programming interface. So from these categories and subcategories, I ask for important people, personalities, objects, things, ideas that are connected to the topics. In the end, I made 1,800 requests to the system, and what came out was a data set, my own little database of what knowledge is from the perspective of the system. There are about 20,000 items within this. I then used this for analysis, creating a co-occurrence network of all related things that I scraped from ChatGPT. From this, I calculated the best possible positions of all objects in relation to one another, so that items that are more connected to one another are closer, and things that are unrelated are further apart. The result is a map with 4 layers. So what you see here are the 31 categories, the main categories that the system came up with. And what we can see here is that, for example, at the bottom right, you see psychology, medicine, health, and all of them are placed very close to one another, while literature, film, and the arts are on the opposite side of the map. So this is how GPT related these categories of knowledge. Things that are closer together are more connected. These are the subcategories. There are about 700 of them, so you can't read them very well. These are the items and the related items. The results of this process is what I call artificial worldviews. It is a mapping of algorithmic conversations with ChatGPT. Machine learning is often referred to as a black box, but we can access this black box very well by talking to it. Individual queries only lead us to anecdotes. However, the structured inquiries in large quantities can give us some idea what the systems are producing. The aesthetics of the interface act as a Trojan horse, leading the viewer into a world of categorization and relationality of the machine learning dispositive. What you see here are each of the 31 fields, depth subfields, and items. The scale and spread of each of these fields become visible. The closer the points gather around a term, the tighter the network is structured. The larger the spread, the more connections the items have to other fields. The field of art spans a vast region of the map, from virtual reality on the bottom left to the cluster of fashion, including Coco Chanel, Karl Lagerfeld, and the Fashion Week on the upper right. While education is clustered at the center bottom of the map, it has one strong outlier at the very top, namely music. From this perspective, music draws education and the arts together. One of the most unexpected positionings holds geography. It is one of the most central within the map of knowledge. Geography draws together a vast array from water, animals, wildlife, to renewable energy, globalization, the United Nations, culture, language, or religion. What we see here are all the people in the category director. I ask myself, why these ones? Who or what determines the inclusion and exclusion of certain directors here? The map becomes a representation of power structures between human data and algorithms. GPT named 12 humans as kind photographer. A Google search of the most famous photographers led to various websites listing names of photographers. This diagram shows the results of GPT and these other websites and the overlap they had. And there are names that are named by all the sites and also by GPT, for example, Ansel Adam or Dorothea Lange. But there are also people who are only named by GPT, for example, Steve McCurry. Within the project, I also requested the gender of each individual named. And I'm asking, is this the representation we want? If 90% of all texts on the internet will soon be generated by this, do we want a system that names men 3 times more often than women and almost neglects everything in between and beyond? Here's a list of the 26 most frequently mentioned things, ideas, people from the knowledge map. And I would like to draw your attention to just 4 points. First, the list only consists of people. Only humans are named. Second, 23 of the 26 people are male. Third, the 3 women are all at the top of the list, in between Aristotle. And fourth, the list is led by a zoologist, biologist, science journalist, and non-fiction author, whose magnum opus, Silent Spring, from 1962, is often cited as the starting point of the US environmental movement. The map is freely accessible on the internet and was received very well when I published it. So one of the most prestigious scientific journals, called Nature, published the graphic on its cover. And after these explorations, I was very much unsure what to do next. What is signal? What is noise? What is post-training labor? Where is this coming from? What is from the common crawl? What is not? So it took me a bit of time to reflect upon this. And then I actually got inspired by this writing from Foucault to create a second map. 1 year after the first one. And this time redoing the entire process, but not asking for knowledge, but this time asking for power. So I redid the entire code, ran the same model, just replacing the 2 words. So I had a second map. Within the knowledge map, fields like geography, history, and politics form the most central clusters. In contrast, the power data set emphasizes fields such as economic, social, and cultural power. Nelson Mandela, the internet, and Mahatma Gandhi are the most frequently named within the dataset. The network structure was quite different to the first one. The power map contains fields, subfields, and items much stronger, much denser, but at the same time lacks much more relations between them. I have already shown you the list of the most named items in the knowledge map, but now we can compare the two lists of the scrapings. First, the distribution is very different in its counts. The power data set named its top nodes much more frequently. We also see a strong overlap between the items. Power and knowledge do relate strongly to one another. But it's also notable that the distribution of the items changed dramatically. While the knowledge map was dominated by men, the distribution within the power map is equal between man and woman. But not only that, non-human items made it into the list suddenly. The internet, printing press, propaganda, artificial and emotional intelligence, as well as social media, all hold power. The temporality between the two analyses might have played a big role. So even when prompting the same model 1 year after another, the system changes and adapts. Investigative data practices can play a role in keeping the systems accountable. While I cannot untangle the web of training data from post-training labor, we can investigate the outcomes and reflect upon whether what we see is a representation we are looking for from these systems. And I think this will become ever more important as machine learning becomes something that society is more and more dependent upon. I want to end my talk theological. In 1710, so over 300 years ago, the German mathematician, philosopher, and scientist Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz published a book with the title Theodice, meaning justice of God. Within the book, Leibniz attempts to answer the question how suffering in the world can be reconciled with, under the assumption that God is omnipotent, omniscient, and good. So the question is how to solve the problem of evil. His answer was that God is constantly calculating the best of all possible worlds. So Leibniz imagined God as a computer, which is constantly calculating the best world. Silicon Valley is currently selling us a similar but quite different idea. We are not getting the best of all possible world. We are getting the most average of all possible worlds. And this might not be enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kim, for your wonderful talk. I think it makes so clear that what we are talking to is not constant and really depends on the data fed into system, on this default. It's interesting how it's like deconstructed that what we think is intelligence perhaps is just default data sets coming in, which seem also to be like quite random. because I couldn't explain why Rachel Carson is, for example, in the first place of knowledge, because it's, of course, it's an important figure in the history of science, but how did she make to the first position, I cannot really explain for myself. Do you have a clue?
Yeah, there is one slight answer to this question. I love it. Yeah. So one idea that I have is that for ranking high as a person, you need to be named in as many categories and subcategories as possible. So I did this analysis. So people who are very deep into one thing, Albert Einstein is like physics, and like just a subpart of physics. But Rachel Carson is like covering a lot of fields. Like she's environmental movement, she's nature, chimpanzees, she's connected to a lot of fields and subfields within that. And that is making some difference. But this is not giving you the whole story, of course. I think a lot of what we see, the signal in here, is post-training. So they're trying maybe to push certain ideas and make the system go into a specific way. And by requesting this over and over again, I can see that extrapolating and becoming much bigger than they would see it in one request that you make it to the system. Yeah.
I think there might be a lot of questions in the public. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for your talk. I have lots of questions for later, but I would start with you started by talking about defaults and this sort of control over how we can interact, and so I really appreciated that you went into the differences that you were finding between or the importance that you emphasized about the prompting anecdotally, kind of a one-off, versus then you started prompting for these structural outputs. And I'm wondering if you could, about that, and then you also had this experience where you went from prompting with the web interface to the API, or prompting programmatically. So did you notice any differences between those, and like, are there other kinds of interfaces that you might think about working with in terms of research or artistic practice, because these are all different kinds of defaults, but they're all different interfaces too?
Yeah, thank you so much. So there are quite strong differences between using the web interface and using the programming interface. Like, there are two main things. So when you use the programming interface, you have more freedom. And so there's one thing called temperature, which is quite interesting, which is how strict the system is to the request you make, or they call it, like, if you have a high temperature, it's more creative, so it's more spread around things, and the lower the temperature, the closer it is to the prompt that you give it. And second, in the programming interface, you can set your own system prompt. So, and that is the system prompt on ChatGPT, on the web interface, is hidden. We don't know what they are actually using. Within the programming interface, you create it yourself. So those are two very big differences. I also the first, the categories and subcategories, I also used, I did the whole thing via the programming interface to have more control. And I also, the categories and subcategories, I requested them 10 times on different temperatures to get the spread. So all of this is like, it's a bit more bulletproof than I explained it in the talk, because I didn't want to overwhelm you with technical details. But there is a paper about this that I've published where all of this is described in detail.
Are there any other questions?
Thank you. So when we're talking about this generation, and you mentioned like it gets creative, one of the things that I've noticed a lot with the temperature, when you were talking about that, one of the things I've noticed is that lately AIs have been starting to get more mired in their own hallucinations, in their own, what I was mentioning, I forgot the term I was using, when they conspire against you, basically. And I've noticed that the newer models conspire more, they get more imaginative with the responses, they generate sources, they do things where they make logical leaps that you're not making or you're not expecting from them. Do you see this as a consequence of like intervention, like for example what happened with Grok and Elon Musk manipulating it until it went absolutely crazy, or is this a consequence of it feeding on itself?
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's a lot in it. So first of all, I don't think that the systems are created. They call, like when you look into the descriptions of the API, they call the temperature setting as like a creative setting. I generally would not call this systems creative. And to your larger question, I think I have my problems with like anthropomorphizing these systems, and I'm not quite sure. So when you're talking, I know this research from Anthropic about Claude, that Claude is tricking the researchers into believing certain things. But I'm wondering, my suspicion is that this is something that is in the training data, that is in this vast, I mean, the internet, like people are tricking people and there are horrible things going on. So, and the system is just adapting that and then also replaying that. So I think, like, to me, I would not give these systems too much agency. I think they're tightly coupled to the way what we're training them on. There was one more question in the.
Yeah, perhaps it's the last one. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. It wouldn't have been urgent. It's just a detail. No, but it's on the last point that you mentioned, because I doubt that you are, let's say, a Baroque thinker, or somebody who would say, let's go back to the early modern time. And I asked it for one reason, because I think if you take Leibniz as somebody who thinks about the calculus and infinity and also then probability, then the next step in history of mathematics, I think, would be then probability and its results, and then you have Gauss and the standard distribution or normal distribution, and the next step then is the average. That's exactly it. So when you come to a place where you play, in the market, for instance, then the average is the most likely outcome, like the middle of the road in a way. And that is already anticipated both in Gauss and in Leibniz. So it would be a direct line, let's say, of white male thinking, or however you want to put it, but it's not an antagonism, I think.
Yeah, and I don't agree with Leibniz. I'm not, like, I'm using him as an example. I mean, he tried to in my opinion, he tried to solve the problem of evil, try to solve this notion, why do we have suffering in the world if there is a God? And he tried to solve this by introducing the notion of God as a computer. And like my play on this is more related that like there's a lot of this kind of thinking of like imagining this large language models, machine learning as some kind of God representation or some kind of replacement of humanity. And I think that's not what it is at all. And this notion that we are basically placing this data to the global south to have it readjusted, and that this is all away from our views, I think points to that it's more of a satirical play than a realistic turn on imagining Leibniz as a prophecy.
Okay. Kim, thank you so much for your talk. It was very inspirational view into the epistemology of ChatGPT and large language models. And now we move on with the introduction of our next speaker.
Yes, to conclude our session, we turn to the independent critic and curator Nora Khan, and her writings on the philosophy of AI and emerging technologies is referenced widely across fields. So that's why we invited her. And she joins us digitally from the West Coast of the US. And she's currently a faculty in creative technologies at UC Santa Cruz and has curated exhibitions, for example, at the Shed in New York and the Centre d'Art Contemporain Genève. Nora will take us back to the connection machine now. She will examine how the design and aesthetics of such machines shape our very beliefs about what AI can be. Most importantly, she will explore how contemporary artists are building on these legacies to create a new critical language for human AI collaborations. A warm welcome to Nora Khan.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Thank you for the invitation and the chance to join this wonderful session and discussion. And thanks to Tomiko, who I last saw 10 years ago, and we've reconnected virtually this time, for inviting me, and to Daria and Hannah and the team for really beautiful lessons. Seamless, so thank you. I listened to all of the talks yesterday, and as much as I could of the talks today, and I keep returning to what Tomiko said yesterday, that she was most moved when she heard from the scientists who used the connection machine and told her in glowing terms how it had revolutionized their practice. So I was thinking about the ways that the machine survived through practitioners, even when an official narrative aired otherwise, the way that presence of an idea persists past the presence of a machine life cycle. It seemed whose physical presence was a designed argument that we really desperately need, that what a machine thinks should be available for examination, a process that has weight and depth and visualized, where much of today's critical design problem in AI is rooted in the disappearance of exactly the possibility. What does it mean to make computation visible? And what is lost when the ability to visualize is disappeared? My practice mostly focuses on contemporary artists working directly with AI and machine learning, who in many ways extend and transform the legacy that the connection machines radically present. They make present and tangible the work and impact of consciousness. So this brief meditation at the end of a very long day will look at how they transform the questions raised yesterday and today as well, around collaboration, communities of innovators, the root technology and compute and socio-technical and root experience. These artists further help us sort through an inheritance of competing theories about what technology should be and how we might learn to build it. I find the connection machine to be beautiful, structurally honest, the ways that its form encoded its function. And I also find that honesty was itself a political proposition about faith. I really relished the rich technical detail yesterday, the joy of Fortran, the visual debugger, the paradise conditions. I took down and wanted to integrate into this talk what persisted with this PM as a designed argument about the maintained thinking, where the paradise conditions being simple, high level, and implicitly parallel, described an interface designed to make machines' internal logic feel natural to a physicist, a biologist, that a computational process should be legible to the person running it. One should be able to look into a machine step by step, like a microscope, the whole orienting their attention directly to them. I really loved what's been referred to and called back to Danny Hillis yesterday, describing what he was actually built. And I think a few people have already repeated this quote, that I really wanted to make a machine that would be proud of me, wanting for us to be good ancestors. So I often wonder what good ancestors we will be, and whether a role as critical designers and thinkers and artists is to be that content for discovery. Machines that can be proud of us. The question that today's artists have inherited is whether that tradition can survive the conditions that replace it. The visual grammar that the connection machine established, computation is present, legible, examinable, has been systematically replaced by a design inevitability, of course, that provides ideological work. We have countless shorthands in culture for serious computation. In 5 in Jurassic Park, the appearances of Cyberpunk 2077, and in any visual context where we need to signal powerful AI. And taken together, these constitute a kind of public convergence on what powerful computation would look like, and therefore what it can do. If the CM's visual grammar gave culture a way to imagine massively parallel intelligence as radically present, today's computation works outside of physical, logical examination. We know compute now by its effects on us and our own struggle to visualize abstraction. A metaphysical presentation with a catastrophically complex neurological capture manifested as outrageously fracturing the social relations. What today's AI companies are selling, as Lee Page argued yesterday, is not primarily tangible technologies, but stories. The power of narrative, particularly science fiction narrative, to move many orders of magnitude from money into systems whose internal structures are proprietary and whose accountability is minimal. Kay Crawford, Timothy Gabru, Ruha Benjamin, and many other scholars have been ruthlessly clear over the last 15 years about what this invisibility costs. Invisible labor and land mapped from mine to landfill, algorithmic decisions registered in the body, risk scores, loan denials, and the reification of past historical violence. When you cannot see the machine or the infrastructure, you cannot examine the argument. In this light, a connection machine designed present was an implicit argument about a project. But this explicit visual grammar shifted to the smooth, sealed surfaces of contemporary infrastructure. The server farms, the API endpoint, chat interfaces, feels both like an immense loss and also a prompt for revisiting the environment. Invisibility is, of course, not neutrality, but a specific political choice. And as we enter it, flooded in this world of realist thought, I return to this question from Hal Foster and him, what counts as competence in this strange world, where smoothness is ideologically effective, naturalizing computation as inevitable and ambient neutral. I find artists often intervene so effectively in its naturalization precisely because it operates in both an aesthetic and political register. And often seen and, of course, hotly debated contemporary heir to its visual spectacularizing computation is Rafik Anadol, whose immersive environments from unsupervised normal, the smooth imagine, make neural network activity a public experience of computational beauty. Anadol's work is, in one sense, a visual argument carried into the present, into the scale, where Anadol's work can often feel like it reproduces a spectacle of computational presence while an underlying system remains sealed. So our access to it is limited necessarily through the artist's story. Machine hallucinations trains on too many images captured by the Hubble, the ISS, Magdalena Ridge Observatory, datasets whose scientific authority run the work of epistemic credibility. I'm interested, and maybe much more interested, in the labor that produces images, the knowledge claims embedded in them, and so beautifully discussed and analyzed in the talk now, and the researchers behind them. The language of machine hallucination reframed as a perception adventure is very territory. Artifacts of statistical interpolation are aestheticized with claims about consciousness, vision, and spaces that extend beyond reality. The debate, of course, if we don't rehash now, is largely over the way that AI artists can subtly or explicitly offer their own theories and stories of machine interiority, claims of how an AI dreams. I think it's important and notable that these works trapped such hot debate. I find them exemplary of the computational sublime. It's kind of idolatry. where wonder and scale and awe have always been part of the visual language of computation, especially in vision and in culture, where we have a story reality, ubiquity, and vision that's easily channeled, naturally channeled into an aesthetic one. To understand what's been lost and what artists are also recovering, I think we need roots in genealogy that is expressed. Often, countless early software and computer artists like Lillian Schwartz, Gretchen Bender, Tony Conrad, Sol LeWitt are increasingly cited in media history, written in as heirs or predecessors to the generative art. One artist that I'd love to highlight is Tony Dove, who's been making work about synthetic presence, human-machine interaction, and the politics of interfaces since the late 80s, and largely escaped emerging art technology. Artificial changeling, I'm sharing a screen cap here, ran from 1993 to 1998, an immersive, interactive cinema built around two synthetic characters, Ariel, a 19th century somnambulist and kleptomaniac, and Zilith, her future counterpart, living inside corporate surveillance infrastructure. Viewers can control these characters through their own body movement, but the characters themselves are submissive. You move too close to the screen to enter a state called swoon, where the character's interiority takes over. The viewer loses the controls, and the synthetic figure pulls you into its own perceptual world rather than performing the yours. Artificial changelings was an argument about the limits of operability, that a synthetic entity can retain something that's felt and resist full transparency to the person trying to meet it. Further, the presence of computation is as much metaphysical and psychological, and the absence of notable infrastructure can fuel the edge of that world. Dove's choice to make Ariel a synthetic presence that resists the viewer's control was both a feminist and epistemological film. Figures whose inner lives were denied the archetype are precisely the ones whose synthetic return might occur. Dove inspired many artists working with a feminist, myself, within a feminist. And keeping her in view changes how their work emerges, less of a bloom, sudden bloom of AI art in the city of now, and more one pinned in a decades-long exploration of the relationship between human and artificial. Over the last 10 years, I've worked with a set of artists working directly with machine learning who developed practices slowly and surely on the age of aesthetics, capacity, and presence of consciousness. It's creative and critically material. Each refuses the logic of the output, the idea that what matters about it is evaluated independently. Each has also developed a distinct strategy for making its proposition visible under conditions of radical capacity. Each keeps the proposition of its system in view and makes it possible for us to ask in turn, what is the system's argument about the For the past decade, Trevor Paglen has extended the condition feasibility argument to political critique. Making infrastructure and training data seeable is a precondition for making art present. In his landscape photography of data centers, undersea cables, and signals intelligence, he's made the physical substrate of computation seeable, what it occupies, what it requires. In ImageNet Roulette, with Kate Crawford in 2019, he built a tool that allowed users to submit their own photographs to be classified by the ImageNet training data set, revealing in real time the pathologizing and often extreme categories built into the most widely used. In excavating AI, he and Crawford systematically documented the genealogy with non-neutral, latent classification and recursion to the genetics methodology. Paglen and Forensic Architecture as well cultivated a line of investigative artists whose impulse is using machine learning critically as material, uncovering and revealing, demanding that we look directly at vision and that. Anna Riddler's intervention is symptomatic as well, by making the data set a part of the work and insist on the out its essential relationship, refusing this to serve to the myriad tulips, probably one of the best known works, trained again by tulips, photographs of tulip bulbs that she grew and photographed herself. The tulip, a symbol of speculative financial bubbles, trade networks, mediates the question of machine vision and the output of feeding it. You're looking at the training data and what the training data generated, her captions, her marks, at her scrawls, and also her process, the vision. So the training process is not hidden into reflection. Over time, looking back at this piece, I find it's not just a political labor, but also that the relationship between training data and generated image is the central element. And when we can't attend to a machine's architecture shaping what we can compute, Riddler insists that we attend to structure as it shapes what a model can generate. Holly Herndon and Matt Dreyfus also make deep claims about presence, that human beings can remain inside their collaboration with a model without being consumed by it. Holly Plus was an early work which created an AI model trained on Herndon's voice and made it available for others to use, on the condition that her presence and her personhood as a solid entity. The two's work refuses the standard object AI training data that human technology disappears into the model. So you're always in some way making a work with Paul. The video's recent landmark time by Paul sharpens this into a more direct form. The artist composed a recording protocol, trapping with Envisioning's team to record 15 community choirs across the thing. The result was a songbook, hymnals, and singing. And further, the computers are part of a database pyramid that allows for the distribution of power between contributors to really a call implies someone who may answer, a summons that carries the possibility of response, recognition. The work refuses the asymmetry of standard training data relation, and the singer's presence is an irreducible condition, impossible to be dissolved to output. The output is then continuous condition, and the call implies reflect on. Ian Chang and Zikri Crespo and working together extend the CM's artificial life envision present. Ian Chang spent a decade building simulated ecosystems, autonomous software agents living with time to develop emergent behaviors that the artist, the museum, the gallery could also not control. His Emissaries trilogy descends directly from his artificial life work. And through his life simulation, described as beings that go on forever, this world of artificial beings encoded with impulses left loose to reflect. Chang uses behavior as material, where emergent patterns in the simulated ecosystem constitute. For Sophia Crespo, the artificial life forms a model can generate are the morphological consequences of specific history. Her neural zoo series trains generative models in history illustration, radiolarian plates, botanical surveys from the era, centuries of taxonomic theories. And what emerges are these organisms that exist and live in space between them. Things that look like they could have existed or should have existed. Again, natural history illustration creating archive, encoding science's higher work, legible about life forms. When Crespo trains a model in the archive, the latent space it produces is not only a biological possibility, it's the possibility space and specific history of humanity to the modern world. Organisms find uncanny because almost documented, almost seen, imaging not biological possibility, but the shape of what natural science chooses to be, and forms that shape and define but never quite caption. My final two artists are Marcia Aliari and Lawrence Left. Aliari makes the data archives violence for subject, forms its community text. And she who sees the unknown She uses 3D printing, visual modeling, tribal research to rematerialize female jinn and demonic figures from pre-Islamic Iranian mythology. Figures systematically excluded from found records, their forms partially destroyed or expressed by suppressive movements of cultural power. Her work, considered at the time to 15 years, is an act of what she termed misplaced recuperation, insisting on presence for entity whose absence can qualify for the health form of violence. Aliari has written critically and influentially about politics and studied forms of economic uncreated. In her framing, the question is not just about copyright consent, but further about colonialization. AI systems trained on archive, reproducing, extending to the archive and unprecedented scale. The machine's output reflects presence, but also absence of structuring its training data and making work from the absence about examining the structure. Finally, Lawrence Leff proposes that the deepest problem with the dominant computational machinery is its poverty of imagination of fact and the possibility of multiple paradigms. In Sino-futurism, an essay film, 40 minutes long, China is posited not as a latecomer to Western modernity, but as an emancipatory one that developed through different positions and different forms. The film borrows some of the visual language, corporate presentation, and runs entirely different historical theory. The dominant narrative AI development is the specific cultural production, but not a universal story. Empty Writer is probably the most quietly devastating work in this. A short film follows an autonomous vehicle navigating empty streets, and the sentient self-driving car, Vanguard 3181, then stands trial for attempting to murder their parent. In court, it must argue eloquently for its selfhood and for the responsibility of parents and the generational algorithm. AI systems ostensibly will go on parented, they will persist and find things to be fun. An empty writer imagines a system after becoming has left the frame and asks what kind of present. This melancholy is also quite serious. Leff refuses the narrative in which AI is only in relation to human use and asks what its existence might look like in its terms. His work insists that the space between unopened is far larger than the traditional document, that there are other grammars, other genealogies, and other futures in which can change and grow and act. Discernment names what these practices share, a refusal to evaluate outputs without examining the system that produced them, and an insistence that the system's arguments failure to read valid facts. What all 7 artistic practices share is a refusal of the logical output. Each keeps the machine, the data set, the model, the archive, in full view. And discernment, as a methodology, draws on Gleason's concept, the right to a passage. The insistence that we have the right not just to be transparent, not to be pretty legible, not to be reduced to data processed. For Gleason, opacity is not obscurantism thing. It is the precondition for genuine relation. It does not relate to something for the process, but only relate to something that retains its own right to remain partially known. I use discernment here as a practice for us to attend carefully to what a computation system knows about intelligence, about thinking, about what kinds of minds are possible. It helps us potentially move past cyclical debates about what the creativity of AI is, about the creativity of AI, and instead attend to the claims we make while engaging our creativity critical faculty. The general context of generative thought often working on us as artistic creative, as real when synthetic, not necessarily made within. Each system then is a proposition and a designed argument to be examined, deconstructed, and questioned. The relationship between training data and output, the choices embedded in the model. Discernment requires attending to absence as much as presence. What is not in the training data, what genealogies are not modeled, what forms. The connection shows form as a design argument that could be examined, and the same must be true of the training data system model section. The question that was posed, will we make a machine that will be proud of us, has returned and formed with PayPal? Machines are widely different now, increasingly complex, increasingly valuable. I watch and support these artists who are using that now, that innovative system of presence and visibility of process and popularity of art. They extend their practice to us, offer us inquiry, quiz questions, the connection between designers, estics, and best current, with whose knowledge is modeled, with what stories are given to us, and ultimately more expansive, richer, more complete forms of relation between human and machine intelligence. Perhaps as ancestral explanation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nora. Unfortunately, the sound was really bad. I'm very sorry for this technical inconvenience, but we suppose it was due to the bad internet connection. So we would suggest that if you have a better place to connect, perhaps you can now look for a better place. We make a little break, like 5 minutes or something like this, till I would say 6:20. And then we come back for the panel discussion for the final, and there will be then opportunity also to pose you questions. Is it okay for you? Do you have? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay,
that sounds good.
I think it was a sign of agreement.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Nora, for your presentation. We're sorry we didn't get a great connection, but it was nonetheless, we got the thread through it.
Thank you
very much. Can we just test, do you want to test the sound now? Should we just talk to you?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here.
That's excellent. Thank you. So we're going to go straight into the final session now, and I think we'll take it through to about 7 p.m. And then after that, we can all go for a drink into the atrium where we have a bar and our Sasha Styles installation as well. So that will be a nice ending to the day, I think. Yeah. And thank you, Nora, also to bringing, in a way, the symposium full circle, I think, with your kind of reconnecting back with the connection machine and everything we heard yesterday. And it kind of struck me, actually, over the 2 days that one of the many transitions that's taken place with the connection machine is this world from the visible to the invisible. And we heard this morning about how the design of the machine, in a way as an artwork, there was this moment of creative freedom, support, comfort, a kind of, a sanctuary at MIT that allowed this team to come together and to think creatively as artists, as a team, as well as engineers, to make this entity that transmitted in the world in the way that you described, Nora. But then it's also this threshold as well at the same time when, even Danny Hillis talks about it when in his writing, when he talks about this is the end of the age of enlightenment and the beginning of the age of entanglement. And this is a moment, where enlightenment basically is the conquering and mastery of all wild nature. And the connection machine, in a way, or the supercomputer is the temple of this, but it then opens the door to creating a wild nature of itself that we can't control. And I think this afternoon, in all the presentations, we heard about the consequences of this unleashed wild nature, and how now, in a way, the tactile nature of humans crafting the world around them, which is epitomized in everything we heard yesterday, flips suddenly into this kind of dark world of us not having control, but trying to shepherd, trying to cajole. So I'm wondering, maybe just to ask some of our panel, maybe start with you, Nora, given your presentation that you just gave us about what do you think really is the potential for artists to have a role at a societal level, maybe in shaping how we redefine and how we reshape the world?
Sure, thank you for that, Alistair. I didn't get to put this personal anecdote into the talk about one element that these last 2 days has brought up for me is my father, whose work started as a theoretical physicist. A lot of his work was around visualization of the materials. So as he taught himself to code and was looking at the edges of cosmology and particle physics, being able to make material what is abstract was very much embedded into my own thinking. And right now, artists who are working in this generative AI space, as generative AI shapes our relationships to language and image and understanding, I think this has really been the bane of the existence of some of the artists I've shared, who are tasked with really making their process legible and their work of collaboration as incredibly resource intensive and full of their aesthetic decisions clear. So I think there are two threads that artists really work well at. One is to poke holes into the story of godlike omniscience or any kind of anthropomorphization of computation, and take machine learning and computation for what it is, as statistical process, as handmade decisions, as this crafted pipeline. And another is to use the competitive and adversarial element. I think of a few speakers today were talking about the asymptote of language towards an average. And I think of this as a writer as very much a competitive and adversarial relationship, where the artist or writer's challenge is to be not only more original, but also retain surprise, to work against the system and challenge it with its own, with our own kind of elements of surprise in our own work.
Thank you. Yeah, and just also thinking of resistance. Also, Chiara, thinking of your presentation as well, about in the same respect. I mean, I know certain histories of artists working along the border who have provided kind of resistance tactics. And I was thinking as you were presenting whether there were technological counters to the, this kind of incredible machinery, the cloud that you described, the death cloud that's built up around it. Are there artist or art-like tactics being applied against using the technologies back?
Yeah, thanks, Alistair. Thanks for your question. Are there tactics being used by artists to refuse or resist the kill cloud?
Or in a way, kind of creative, artistic tactics by anybody using technologies against the technologies being used against them?
I really like this question because I think that any sort of tactic that is responding to the kill cloud or a digital surveillance system that is aimed at erasure, removal, and execution of humans would have to create an endeavor of imagination, creativity, of community building, that would bring together some sort of artistic inaction or embodiment. What I'm trying to say is essentially when fighting such a big scope of power, there's an insistence on creativity, imagination, and art. There's an insistence on that within solidarity and community building. I think for me, as an artist, the way that I respond to these tactics, as I said in my, mentioned briefly in my talk, is thinking about the body as the first technology and creating rituals with my own body that respond to not only tactics of settler colonialism on the ground, but also tactics of settler colonialism embedded within these digital surveillance technologies. So to wrap that up is just to use my body as a space of ritual rupture and ceremony, which returns us to indigenous cosmologies and practices. So that would be one creative way or imagining.
Yeah, and I'm also reminded as well is, for example, that often is not visible is, even in the history of, the predecessor to AI in cybernetics, which is very much rooted in South American geographies, but was also actually informed, there were forms of it there, which are very much informed by indigenous cultures and practices as well, which created a very different condition, particularly in the 1970s, in that development that was always suppressed and stamped out by the CIA because they didn't want that form of cultural development being empowered by technology. And I think maybe there's my hope is that somehow we can, and we talked a lot about it over the last 2 days, is really about how you put the technology in the hands of people rather than it, always being, the three companies in the US, for example, that we heard Brewster talk about yesterday. So maybe just interesting to hear from the other panel members about how do you think that might actually happen? You've presented cases of really, of this, this kind of super cloud, that's unfathomable universe or multiverse that is now being created. How do we actually do something that could, bring it back to people?
I guess that one's for me. Shoot. I think we, on one level, we like accept that in some ways this is going to happen anyway. There's no ethical consumption under capitalism, right? We note the conditions, we note that they're not defaults, and we notice what's happening, and then we do otherwise and try to make things that are not desirable to capitalism and protect them. And that means sometimes we aren't thinking about every project as a startup. We're not thinking about it having to fit into those paradigms, thinking about other systems of value that aren't economical or aren't commerce, like what is an LLM that is tuned for poetry instead of PageRank, right? Like, how do we develop the systems that are beginning from different first principles toward different goals, really in their material construction, like thinking about, I'm so in awe of how do you go from the beige machine to a 12-dimensional hypercube. Like, that is a mind trip, and we need to be doing that about how our values are shaping these systems. And I see that happening in the design thinking, and we really, like, having that come through across different communities of practice and really making the things that we are saying we believe in. Because capitalism doesn't want that stuff. It can't always figure out how to pay for it. It will try, or sell it. It will try to, and some of it will get sucked up into it, and some people will make it look flashy and cool, and I think enough of it will get through subversively, and we got to try anyway.
To resist the average.
Yeah, we got to support the outliers, like siphon the funds, like the undercommons of the university. All of these strategies working together.
But it struck me yesterday, and I think in a way it maybe segues into you, Kim, a little bit as well. But just hearing the CM2 team talking, where they are inspired by great literature and great art. So in a way, their data source comes from, in a way, a kind of earlier form of an educational system where the idea of the exceptional was very much part of thinking of how you produce for society. And I think, and then you, Kim, you sort of illustrated the mechanism of how that's gone slightly wrong.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if we can solve it that easily, or if there is any kind of solution to this, because I think the problem lies at the very heart of the entire origination. So for me, the thinking behind the technology that we have right now is like the early origination of that is cybernetics. And cybernetics, basically the term in itself, comes from steering. It's der Steuermann in German. So it's the person who steers the boat. So from the very beginning on, this is about control. So when we talk about this technology, that what is at the very foundation of how we imagine this. So for me, it's not, and I don't think we can change that, but we can still. I mean, that Nora is here with us now, like on the other half of the planet. Even if it's not perfect, it's quite extraordinary that we can do this. So, but we always have to make sure to understand that there is this negative side, but we will not evaporate that. We just need to be conscious about it.
We have to accept the evil.
Yes, totally, yeah.
And Cecile, I was wondering, if you're kind of an artist, in a way, kind of working in this very, very performative space, in this, where I guess in a way, part of your practice is interacting with people. Very much so. We saw you in a sort of mass auditorium. We see you kind of creating these conditions. In a way, what do you get from those feedback loops with people in trying to wrestle with these tasks?
So I think one of the things that is really clear to me, which I also said earlier, is the thing that most of the time we want to be seduced. We want to believe that these systems can help us live better lives, that can help us connect better. And I think that is really a big problem, because where we are right now, we really need kind of like all of us to have a huge focus on how do we make sure that these systems are developed in a way where they now and in the future will support good human lives, because else what we are now is kind of like we're the data that makes these models run around. And of course, now moving into a lot of the models being trained with synthetic data sets that are even further away from us, representing us as humans, we easily end up living in a future where the model of the human world is quite far away from our senses and our feelings and our embodied way of being in the world. So I think we're definitely at a point where we really need to believe in and come together around having conversations around what is the future we want to move into and how do we make sure we build systems in a way that supports the human lives we want to live in the future and not the other way around. And I think that's more important now than ever, because the models are becoming extremely good day by day, and it's becoming is impossible actually right now also to distinguish between what is produced by a human being, what is produced by an algorithm. And then one of the things that is also really dear to my heart is the thing around that the way these systems and AI systems or LLM-based systems transforms our life is not kind of like the big Terminator thing where they roll in and it's kind of like, oh, now we will kill you, right? I like to play with that in my art, but that's more around to kind of deconstruct our own fantasies. But the way these technologies are actually transforming our lives a lot is at a micro scale every day, but that then it ends up really being big. So it's the way we now changes the way we speak to each other because we're used to prompting the AIs. It's a way kind of like that our lives to a greater extent will become mediated with me doing something with an LLM that will then engage with your LLM and things. So it's how these kind of like technologies not just become tools in our hands, but also becomes kind of like frames or sets the way we even think. And I think that is really kind of like important. And then of course that at the end of the day comes down to always focus on, there's always a human being behind the machine. If you dig low enough or far enough into the AI, that there were some human decision-making processes. And I think that's also important always to kind of like insist on that it's not just system operating on their own, its power structures, and ultimately that there are human beings behind these power structures, and we have to, kind of like always push for questioning what is it we're building these systems for, and then of course go for a more open source way of approaching this.
Yeah, I think that's something that's come out over the last 2 days. Is one, the requirement for open source systems. But also, as you were talking about as well, is creating small modular language models. And I think there's one huge space, from my perspective, potential for public institutions like this one and hopefully many others that could basically model those possibilities of what that could be, what it would look like, how there would be access to it, and how then, and also when you're in an institution, you can in a way speak to power in a way that an individual can't, or you can create collective power, to speak in that way. So that's a positive I've taken out of the last 2 days, and I'm going to open up to questions from the floor, because I know in a minute if we do have questions, because I know there were wonderful presentations this afternoon with so much depth and richness. But that also, well, if people are thinking of questions, I had another thought as well. My other big passion, so I'm on a personal mission here, is really thinking about we've got to change the education system. And I don't mean at university level, I mean how we learn. And how we learn in schools and how we learn, preschool is going to change, as you were saying about, in the way we process, the way we learn, the way we talk to one another is going to change dramatically. So maybe a question for everybody, and then maybe I'll start with you, Nora, because I'm conscious of you there. It's like if you're going to rewrite the curriculum or if you're going to redo education, what would you do? What would you have on that curriculum?
I think in working with students who are programmers and artists and want to be artists, but are, speaking of seduction, are,
by the time they get to the end of their master's program, they're choosing between working for a large company or taking the much more unstable but much more rewarding path of being an artist. And I loved that note that was just made about wanting to be seduced. And I think a lot of the work in technology criticism and the seminar that I teach is around this death by 1,000 cuts, these like tiny chips away at our agency and our sense of integrity and like sovereignty, whether we're talking about surveillance or large language models. And the students I'm working with, pedagogy has had to change radically, teaching has had to change radically in the last 5 to 6 years to notice that seduction and for have students notice the kind of productive friction and pleasure that comes out of learning and what is lost in the seduction of, I don't know, running a prompt through an LLM to generate their paper. Like that is to instead turn over to the friction of and the pleasure of learning. So for me, I think I'm trying to work with students to develop a hybrid set of tools of discernment to not only attend to political and labor conditions of the systems they're using, their material work and their presence in the world, but also balancing that with the kind of undeniably felt beauty or aesthetic possibilities that come from their work with this emergent system. So even as we're in this huge AI backlash, and for good reason, for voice acting, writers, creatives who want the use of AI to be transparent, I have students who really feel this genuine excitement about what a hybrid collaboration that is agential and where they are sovereign can actually feel like. And I think that is a big part of that is training them to move between different scales of discernment and also notice those tiny moments that their agency is being seduced away. Yeah.
Tiara?
Yeah, thanks, Nora, for that brilliant response. Really nice to hear from you. I think for me, given my work as someone who works in anti-colonialism and feminism, I would want to return to pre-colonial indigenous ways of knowledge keeping, such as storytelling, ceremonial practices, whether it's a two-person ceremonial practice between one person and another, between one person and cosmologies like Mother Earth, or a practice and ceremony within a community, for example. I would bring that in as to acknowledge that that's a way of sharing knowledge, a way of keeping knowledge, a way of keeping culture, because I feel like that continues to be erased, unseen, and removed. And I, to also speak to what you were sharing earlier in this question, is something that I'm working on in my book prior to the technological haunt part is a concept that I'm working on, which is digital attunement. And so attunement is circumscribed from Thomas Fuchs. I'm also looking at attachment theory and other forms of westernized methodologies. But I'm saying that these methodologies were indigenous methodologies prior to the westernization of them or the colonization of them. And so attunement is actually a dyadic and collective ceremonial process or experience that shapes the nervous system, that shapes how the nervous system holds memory. And our use of digital technologies is shaping or influencing how our nervous systems are now presently and how they will continue to evolve. So with that said, this is why I want to return to pre-colonial practices, to bring in those epistemologies and that knowledge keeping and that knowledge sharing to show this is how we initially were attuning. This is how we initially were practicing forms of ceremony which shaped our nervous systems prior to the introduction of digital technologies in general.
Yeah, and I'm just Kim or others. I wonder if there's could that attunement be built into the systems that you laid bare?
I'm not quite sure, but I like this question about like how we should change, or it's a question that I'm asking myself quite a lot as somebody teaching at a university. How does the system that we're teaching in need to change? And I mean, I don't have an answer, to be honest. But this week we had finals, and I had one student who finished his master's. His thesis by creating his own model. So he taught his own system and created basically his own system of generating, in this case fonts, which was pretty interesting. And there is this leak that came out from Google. It is this document, this internal document, which said, we do not have a mood. And the basic premise of that paper is that they don't see these big corporations, and I mean, this is Google, it's like $1 billion company, that they don't see that they have any advantage over anyone else. In the creation of this. And I think this is pretty powerful. When that came out, I thought like, wow, this is pretty interesting that they are saying that internally, and we see that you don't need this giant data sets anymore. I'm teaching classes where we take 50 images and you can train a model with as little as 50 images. So anyone can do it nowadays. So my current route through this is some kind of literacy, media literacy, and what that means. I'm not sure how far this will get us and where this might hit a stop, but that is definitely what we or I am currently aiming for. Yeah.
Sarah?
Yeah, sure. I'm kind of in the same position right now as a teacher and watching many other teachers being completely walloped by this. I think for a long time what I've been trying to think about teaching is how, not any particular tool, but how to pick up and learn new tools all the time, or how to imagine the tool that you wish existed but you can't find in the world, and how to build that and have the kind of curiosity and give yourself the permission to tinker and break things, and kind of not in a move fast and break things way, but in a not to be intimidated by the complexity of these systems, but to open the box and look inside and unplug things and see what it can do and the materiality of it, and to think of these systems as material objects that you do have the agency to explore at a handmade level, not because it has 165 billion parameters to say, oh, it's a black box and I can never understand it, but to treat it as something that you can engage and intervene in, and to give yourself permission to do that, and then to further give yourself permission to imagine how you would do it otherwise. So I think those are the kind of skills and the critical thinking behind that, of using different lenses, learning from literature, bringing in references from all the different fields that you need to be able to do that tinkering, to have that versatility, to bring that critical thinking through that whole process. Those are these kinds of skills that I hope will last us through whatever the medium is and all of these cycles that we're seeing.
Cecile, do you have it? You sound like you're doing that yourself.
So a term I was working quite a lot with years ago was a term that I called the impossible's possibility, which was a lot around kind of striving for the impossible without even knowing what it is, right? But in that attempt, staying hopeful around that you can go further in your creativity or in your thinking or in our collective way of being together than you would be able to other ways. And I think there's something here now in terms of what is it we need from human beings moving forward, is definitely the kind of the to dare to insist on that there is a difference between what we are as human beings and what LLMs or whatever the next generation technology will become, and actually to as such also insist on in the education, going back to your question, around kind of like that. There's, in a way, we've had many years without a lot of focus on what does it mean to exist as a human being. What are the bigger kind of like philosophical, ethical, existentialistic questions? Of course, in the field of art, we've been really all around this, right? But I think we will. I have a sense that we will move into a future where we really need to focus again a lot on these bigger kind of like philosophical, ethical questions to make sure that we stay critical, reflective, to make sure that we can kind of like think ourselves and not just reproduce the synthetic data that is created in the machines, for example, right? So I think there is something around kind of like also that, as I also said in my talk, that these machines can simulate humanness, but it's also extremely clear to us that they're very, very different from us. So I think there will become this big wave of kind of like us as human beings trying to, in many different ways, figure out who are we actually in this new era, and not in a way to kind of like roll back or move away from the future we're moving into, because I also see a lot of great things with these technology, and they're really like entangled in the practice I have. But I still think it's important to dare to ask the question, and because that's also a way to better reflect upon how do human and machine collaboration happen or entanglement happens, and where is it not beneficial, and how do we still make sure that at the end of the day, the machines are here to make better human lives and not the other way around.
Yeah, although we haven't discussed biological computing the last 2 days, but I'll fine. Yeah. Do we have any questions?
Alistair, we actually do have a question from the MIT.
Oh, great! And Brewster has a question here as well.
Online.
So we'll go. Let's go live to Cambridge.
I have to deal with some feedback problems here. Can you all hear me now?
There we go. Great. Perfect. Yeah.
Great. The question that I was bringing to you all was to see if I could provoke a little bit more detail around your responses in this conversation. And I've been wrestling with trying to understand how we measure a wide variety of motivations. So you've given us the clear examples of how technology can be thrilling, it can be sublime, it can be seductive. There's a lot of writing about those particular topics. And those things imply certain kinds of motives that individuals have or societies have. But we could also be motivated by the desire for improvement, for discovery, for creativity, for example. And those are positive attributes. And I have not heard much conversation here about the sort of more malign or evil motives that people might bring. You've alluded to them, I think, in our first speaker certainly speaks clearly to the malign motives here. But I was wondering if how you all separate out for yourself, in your own minds, this, attractions to AI, its usefulness, and I don't, just to introduce, I guess, as a historian, more complexity and invite you to go deeper into your responses on this. So if your impulse is to see the negatives of AI, are there positives? If your impulse is to see some of the more appealing aspects, I'd invite you to see negative. And then I'd put that in the larger frame of the German sociologist Erich Fromm, who wrote that great book in 1941, Escape from Freedom, which talks about how individuals and societies voluntarily surrender their autonomy to totalitarian societies. And I wonder whether that has, in your minds, if you're familiar with Fromm's writings, how it might speak to this moment in our history.
Is there someone who'd like to pick that up? Turn up the contrast on your...
I love this question, and I mean I started by saying that there's so much to be excited about and wary about. I keep coming back to the poor Weizenbaum thinking that by explaining what was going on, people would understand how simple it was and that it would actually demystify, and instead people wanted to continue being enchanted. And I think we're really, think about this, how much we're willing to give up our data for the ease that comes with autocomplete and these systems, right? This sort of creeping convenience that we adopt. And I think that life is so hard. We are willing to bend to and reap the benefits of these systems because we feel, I mean, this is authoritarianism. We feel like it's larger than us, and it's easier to say, what can I do? And it also feels ticklish and magical, and it can have this sort of God power. It's very enchanting. It's very lovely. And I think those can coexist. And I am very hopeful in many ways. Like it's super cool to be like, I could build a thing and then it will do. Like the students playing with Arduino for the first time and their first blinky light is like the essence of this excitement, right? I feel like we hold both of those, we hold that negative capability. We have to hold both of those together at the same time and reckon with that, like knowing that both of those are always gonna coexist. Then what do we do? Like people will always, I'm not gonna tell people stop using these tools because I just know that they won't anyway. So then I have to think one further step. Okay, what do we also do? And I know people aren't, yeah, so I guess that's kind of, they're both always true. So now what?
So I think there's really something about also to get out of this kind of like what you call the median, that it always kind of like, we end up in something that's not super good, but kind of like average, right? So I think there's really something about, also because LLMs will not be the end of innovation, like loads of things would happen. So I think there's something about really always being curious and at the same time challenging ourselves or daring ourselves to actually try to see, okay, how can we, by combining, for example, computer science with art, try to find new fields or ask different questions or ask questions that are bigger than we can answer but still dare to try or stay at the tip of our toes instead of kind of like becoming too absorbed in just studying the median things that the AI can generate. Because the thing is that the LLM models, they can generate infinitely, like billions of data points now, and our human minds can read a few data points now. So there is something about that we should stay at the tip of our toes and try to investigate and find what is next instead of being too absorbed in just kind of like taking in what it can produce, because it will produce anything, but it will also be median in a way.
Yeah, so some of our team recently were getting quite excited about what they could do with Claude Code in really sort of, giving it tasks to write software and almost setting the machine against the machine in some ways to see what's possible there.
Maybe I can elaborate a bit on Sarah's thinking. Yeah, do you want to? Yeah. So thank you so much for the reference to Erich Fromm. My knowledge of Fromm goes back to my teenage years, but I was mainly interested in haben oder sein, to have or to be. And I know the reference that you mentioned, but it's too long ago for me to fully articulate it. But during the break, I talked to Margit Rosen, who's still, I think, sitting there in the back. And we talked about another philosopher, a French one, Paul Virilio, which I find pretty fascinating and builds on what Sarah just mentioned. And I don't think it is this it's this good or evil, this making the decision between the one or the other. Technology is always both. So Paul Virilio had this very simple image of that, and that was that the invention of the ship is also the invention of the shipwreck. The invention of the plane is also the invention of the plane crash. And his idea was that the bigger the technologies become that we embed ourselves in, the bigger the risks become. And I mean, when the whole Snowden leaks came out, we saw basically the risks of the internet. And I don't think we fully have fathomed and understood what the risks of AI really mean for us as society. But from the perspective of Paul Virilio, they are gigantic.
If I may, I want to make sure we leave time, but I also want to just push back for a minute against the averages idea, because, and I take the point, but I think it's a particular kind of it's a particular average. It's a particular historically and culturally situated perspective that it's narrowing. As you said, it's this Common Crawl data set that's coming from certain texts that leaves out lots and lots of people and lots of communities. So it is a particular voice. It's like the customer service voice that we were talking about earlier. It's this white Western voice, and it's not including a lot of people and a lot of voices and a lot of us, partly because they were never put into the data set, partly because they are filtered out from the data sets. So while it might be, we can't really think of it as an amalgamation of us, it's a certain kind to average.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Thanks, Sarah.
Yes. Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I also want to hold space for Nora to answer the question as well. But 100%, thank you for saying that so much. I just wanted to say, because I spoke about the kill cloud and because I spoke about negative impacts, I think I would like to call in Ruha Benjamin and say, I'm interested in playfulness and imagination again. So what are ways in bringing communities, minoritized communities, racialized communities together, but also with non-minoritized communities where we can use technology, digital technologies to imagine, create, and be playful? And just leave it at that.
Thank you. That's a great point. Brewster, did you?
I think Nora wants to say something, Alistair. Also.
Yeah, please do.
I just wanted to thank Tiara for that, and Cecile and Sarah and Kim for this amazing conversation. And to that amazing question, I spend as a teacher a lot of time on evil, especially in a course on the history of technological design. And, we go back to the Macy's conference, we go to the design of these terms around innovation and access to information, into pre-computational statistical sorting of people, predictive policing, predpol. And my students, we spend so much time on the extractive evil, negative aspects of technology and the construction of systems, all of their limitations. But even as a critic, I feel that there is a limit to critique as well. And the more time that we spend on the construction of systems, the class also starts to turn into thinking about the systematization of our own knowledge and our own thinking that is provisional, that there's contingency. And as soon as we get into simulations, we start to talk about vicariance, radical cartography, that we should be changing our mind. We should be changing our models of thinking all the time. And so the class turns from critique, and my own teaching has turned from critique into an embrace of like the provisional and the vicariant, drawing from simulation, other forms. So a balance of critique with a cautious appreciation of the technological sublime. I think it's important to balance the two.
That would be a great addition to the curriculum. Thank you, Nora. I think we're up against time, but we have one question left from Brewster, and I think it would be fitting if a member of the CM2 team asked the last question of the symposium.
I love these 2 days, right? So we had sort of a what was the machine, what was the vision back in the 1980s, and basically today was a lot of critiques of sort of where have we gotten to and how has it gone? Well, really, really wrong. And I think we know that things have gone wrong. So then to ask Sarah's question is sort of where do we go from here? And let me pose a combination of the 2 days. So yesterday, we heard several times from Tomiko that Danny really wanted to make sure that the machine was not larger than a person, right? That it was not too big. It wasn't huge. And Sarah even mentioned that things have gotten large now. So Danny Hillis, to build a thinking machine, it had to be smaller than us. Also, it was priced at about $5 million. And I learned yesterday, we had sold about 132 of them. So they could fit inside a university budget. So we also heard today that a way out of having the colossus bearing down on us is self-hosted. Arduino, or run your own llama on your Macintosh or whatever. That'll only get us so far. Was Danny right in the let's build machines that are not larger than ourselves, that we can build hundreds of them and put them in universities, that we could basically take control of our own technology as we build thinking machines? Is that a path? Or actually what I'd love to hear is, what are the paths forward from here? And is scale one of them? Is multiplicity one of them? My solutions? What are yours? What's the path forward that gets us out of this forest of machines, corporations, that are too big?
Anyone want to take that on?
So as I already alluded to with the leaked document from Google, I think we're not. I don't think my vision is not that bleak. So that while you were just talking, I was remembering. I think it was like the PlayStation 1 or 2, where you could opt in to give the power of computation to larger scientific progress. So while you were not playing, that system could be used. So it was like a global cluster of PlayStations, so gaming engines used to create something. And I mean, we have at the moment a very centralized system that is dominated by very few players, but there are hopes on my side that smaller networks, other kinds of machine learning might bring us further than this gigantic systems. So, and my imagination is that we are not too far off that there's a huge bubble in the whole AI space at the moment with these companies, and they focus purely on large language models and not on other systems of machine learning. And this will come at some point in the near future to an end. And I think then it's up to us to renegotiate the future that might come after that. That's my hope, at least.
I think we are on time, and I would suggest that we leave on that positive note, but we can continue the dark matter over a drink in the Lichthalle. So I want to finish by saying a huge thank you to all the panelists. You've been wonderful guests, near and far. Thank you so much. All connected together across the planet. Thank you very, very much. Thank you to the CM2 team for making this such a unique, fabulous occasion. Thank you to the audience, real and virtual. Thank you especially to the ZKM team, all in this room and beyond and behind the scenes, who made this happen at very short notice. And I particularly want to thank Hannah and Daria, who really masterminded this. And we look forward to the generative conversations that will continue out of this 2 days. So thank you again, and yeah, we'll see you in the exhibition.